Oh, hello. Hi. Thanks for being here. I'd like to start the show off in a very special way today. The thing that will be required will be, well, I'll get very specific with what's required, but let's say it will involve a cheers of some sort. So, do you have a vessel of any kind that you could put some liquid in? And we're going to start today's show a little differently. Speaking of starting it a little differently, that's exactly what I did. Everything is out of order here. The whole freaking system's out of order. Your whole freaking system's out of order, man. Rules. Yes, everything's out of order. So please, if you are watching on YouTube, as of right now, please hit refresh. If you're watching us live and you did not get commercials, just please hit refresh, because that will keep a little ad on your screen, whether it's a laptop or a computer. And while the show is on in the background, even it's not like you need to be sitting here watching a show. Who sits there and watches a show? It's in your pocket. It's on the nightstand. It's in a zippered pouch. It's on your TV, the laptop, desktop. I mean, we all watch and consume television in the living room. Oh, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. Whew, that was muscle memory. Did you catch what that was? Woo! I almost wet the whistle a little too soon. I see everybody in chat. Hello. I legitimately, specifically, non-incidentally true. They're straight up lying to you, vying for you. That was a guy named Casper. Go on. I like YouTube just fine. Scroll all the way to the beginning of that YouTube channel and you'll find Casper. They're lying to you, vying for you. Non-incidentally true. It's some awesome spoken word stuff that really helped launch the new American media. It was content that I knew I wanted to collect, and I've not always been certain what to do with it. And I think that we all have a day. Scott Adams' day was yesterday. And I had special guest Mike Barra on. We were going to do a bit of a retrospective talking about Eric von Daniken and his work with Chariots of the Gods. It's plural, right? Chariots of the Gods or chariot? Yeah, Chariots of the Gods, right? Once again, a reminder, if you jumped into the show on YouTube and the ad did not pop up, please hit refresh, because even once that initial ad's over, even if you hit skip just so you can be live, which is fine. By the way, if in case you didn't know, if you don't get to the show live, or a show is live but you're behind, you can start it at the beginning and you go out, you click on the gear or the three dots, and it'll pop open a setting on both Rumble and YouTube. You can listen to a show 1.25, 1.5, 1.75, 2 times the speed. I never used to do this. I do it now. We'll do it live. God bless Bill O'Reilly, another broadcast legend. We'll do it live. But yeah, I find myself bebopping around, to borrow a Bob France phrase. By the way, subscribe to Bob France, Strictly Speaking with Bob France, on YouTube and Rumble, please. Yeah, go give him some unexpected Rumble YouTube comments. Hit something and say that the new TNAM sent us. Subscribed, TNAM sent us. You know, that'd be kind of cool. Yeah, we'll do it live. But yeah, if you hit the gears or the 3 dots, you can speed up a show. And Scott was a good show. He was a bit of a slow talker. And so if you went 1.25 or 1.5, you could consume a show that's this, maybe in this amount of time. You know, maybe I'm not a big fan of it, because we're wired how we're wired. We deliver the message with the cadence, the syncopation, the timing, the beat. There's a beat, not like a rhythm of the beat, but timing, pause, pondering. Everything gets really super fast at one point when you get riled up, and then you settle it back down. There's a whole... Every show is an orchestra. And I say that having moved to Los Angeles as a musician and just very into expression, art form. Just a little note, just for all of you to know, by the way. So yes, hit like, hit subscribe, tell a friend, tell everybody at noon we do this. This is what we do at noon. Usually Scott Adams would drop his Coffee with Scott Adams around 10 a.m., 7 a.m. Pacific time. And I got very used to that. It was one of the places I would go to gather an update on the news, what's important, what's worth talking about. And now that's gone. I was listening to Akira the Don. In the comments sections, please do me a favor. Tell me, were you a... and also, yes, watch that special episode yesterday, myself, Mike Barra. Yesterday I was processing a lot, and I didn't even get to the news. Because Scott was like an internet dad to me. That's what he kind of coined the term for, people who are generally trying to do the right thing, trying to help out good people and trying to stop bad people from doing bad shit. That's sort of a universal. You can sit back and keep your eye on things. You don't always have to be up in everybody's faces. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Coincidentally, that's exactly what these ICE observers are doing. I don't understand the legality of this, because it is all of it is interfering with an official investigation. There's protest, there's the stuff that's happening in Iran, and then there's what's happening now, and it's just getting up in people's faces. It's not good strategy. It's not good. I don't like those people. You know why? Because those people are fucking bullies. They're bullies. You want to turn around and say ICE are being bullies. ICE is trying to do a job. They're trying to fix a massive mess that Biden, Harris, Mayorkas, Obama, and their ilk have been causing for decades. It's a tough job. And in a way, those are just the internet dads looking out going, man, how do we even make sense of 40 million plus people that you snuck in the back door? Nobody bought a ticket, but the whole theater's full. You go, this doesn't make any sense. So you either look at the ICE people as demonic, or you look at them as internet dads, just a bunch of people who are kind of looking on from afar and going, there's a lot of problems here. And we're on a year now. It's been very publicly known that if you're not in this country legally, use the CBP Home app, raise your hand, go, hey man, someone told me I thought I could, I've just been here for a long, I just want to, okay. So that you get a paid trip back to your country, and then you get in line to come back into the amusement park. You're not being thrown out permanently. At least that's my understanding, and I think that's sort of what we're aiming at. The whole getting up in people's faces and that whole heckler's riot, I'm going to drown you out with noise, I'm going to just blare something that physically hurts the ears, because I will impose my will upon you. You are not allowed to articulate yourself. Charlie Kirk, you're not allowed to speak anymore. Kabang. Somebody, wink, wink, whoever they are, decided to silence Charlie Kirk, and that's fucked up. Some bully said, you're not allowed to talk anymore. It wasn't their right to make that decision. They stepped out of line. Counter to that is, well, Charlie Kirk has said some things that I completely disagree with. Yeah, every human I've met says things I completely disagree with. Every single fucking human being that I've met has said something that I completely disagree with. Completely. And you know what? It's shocking that, there may be times that I decide that I don't want to start screeching a bullhorn and revving my engine and launching at somebody because I completely disagree with something. Talk about the heckler's veto. So yeah, I just don't, we're trying to figure this out. But Scott was part of the Internet Dads. And the Internet Dads, essentially just a group trying to maintain some law and order, just trying to keep some common sense safety stuff in check. Just trying to make sure that we don't do something too stupid. Stupid like not hitting like on the show. Hit the like button, the thumbs up button, please. And it was important. Akira the Don made music and worked in Scott Adams' conversation into his music. And actually, let me get the quote from Norm Macdonald. Norm Macdonald. It was sort of how Letterman would introduce him, I think. Norm Macdonald. Let's see. Norm quote. And this was Scott Adams telling the story of Norm Macdonald. Text of when Scott Adams talked of Norm Macdonald. And the you could call it genius, you could call it the gravitational force, you could call it the magnetism. It was based on trying to figure out how to think. Not always what to think. It was just how to process information. Hello, Nick Adams. Welcome. For example, how to think. Nick chimes in and wants to give us a comment, and let's address it in the way that is productive. Hello, Nick. Was Miraculous Botanical. Nick is done with MAGA, and we should be done with MAGA as well. F Trump and his ICE goons. If I ever vote again, it will be Democrat. Stop licking boots if you are. I'm here but won't be in chat. The name of our program is called the Agree to Disagree Show. You're supposed to be allowed to express these opinions. You're supposed to be allowed to discuss the topics. And that's what we're doing. I have reached out. That coincides directly with the conversation bubble that popped up right in front of me while we were putting this segment together. And if it will allow me to open the app. Okay, Thursday, 22nd at noon. Thursday, 22nd noon Eastern time. Let's see. Let's book it, buddy. Daniel Johnson. Nick Adams, for example. There's a guy named Daniel Johnson. He says, thanks for the invite. I can do Thursday, the 22nd at noon Eastern time for the show if you'd like. I've been noticing a seemingly unrelenting, I was going to say relentless, a relentless stream of anti-ICE posts from Dan Johnson. I, having been a concert promoter, I understand the value of security. Working in a nightclub, everyone that comes in needs to go through the front door, show your ID, confirm that you're 21 years old, confirm that your name's not fit. You read the name and you alphabetize it. You look at your list. If you've been kicked out of a bar or imprisoned in another country, for example, for touching kids, abusing women, shit like that we should be on the same page for. If you're on a list of do not let this person near your people, he's bad, I check to make sure you're not known to be bad with a criminal history that, no thanks, you don't just get to waltz in here. It's not your right. You don't have that right. I think, Nick, not to put your words in your mouth, Nick, but I believe you're on the very libertarian. I don't even, there's so many terminologies these days. I don't know if you would call it anarcho-capitalist, libertarian. Like I said, there's 50 different terms. And I don't particularly fall completely into any of them. There's a Venn diagram. The Venn diagram of Brian is here. And there's a lot of things that overlap a little bit. Some of the Democrat Party overlaps, like 2% of it. There's got to be something in there. Not much. But when it comes to borders, I've been a bouncer. I've been a doorman. I've been a bartender. I've been a club promoter. I've worked every angle of the restaurant, bar business. I've been the performer on stage. And we have to make sure that we have our own door guy because we weren't making any fucking money when they had their door guy working the door. Nobody paid I just come on. You have a door guy? Hey, $5. Can you tip the band? Yeah, I got $5. All you got to do is ask. And we have every right to ask. Dan disagrees, seemingly. It seems like every day it's something I dislike ICE. I'm done with Trump. I'm done with MAGA. And I'm going, why? You wouldn't want your significant other, your wife, your girlfriend, your spouse, your sister, your mother, your aunt, your grandmother. You wouldn't want them to spread their legs open wide for just anybody, right? You should have discernment. There should just not be endless traffic for whoever feels like participation. Should be discerning enough to make sure that the people who have entered are not known to be a monster, which many of them are. No, not all of them. Many of them are. And then there's monster, and then there's a whole bunch of criminality suggesting cartels, organized crime, gangs, however you want to define it. I exist to leech off of good people and take innocence, choice, freedom away through human trafficking, child trafficking, all these things. And you can talk about the Epstein list, and not thrilled the fact that Trump and administration haven't released everything yet. That's an issue that's sitting there. I acknowledge, but you should have discernment to not just open your legs for anyone. So I just see it as a bouncer has a right to make sure you know who's coming and going in the club. And there's a cover charge because it takes I, as the promoter, need to pay the sound guy $100. I need to pay the security guy $150. Pick a number. I need to pay my door girl $100. I used to do this. And so everybody that came in had to pay a cover charge, $10, $5, whatever it was. You had to pay your cover charge. Buy a ticket. This is not complicated. And especially as you see allegations of rampant abuse, waste, and fraud, we need to get to the bottom of it. And the way that you do is you say, hey, turn the house lights on. Let me see your wristband. Papers, please. Mark of the beast. I recognize it's not a great system. It's not exactly, these are similes. They're not meant to be exact. There's a little bit of overlap. Well, it kind of makes sense in this way, but it doesn't make sense in that way. All right, we'll do obviously not that way, but in this way, in a club, and some other guy went to the back door, propped it open, and a whole bunch of underage people come in. It's illegal. You can lose your liquor license. It has people that are bringing fentanyl-laced drugs that are killing our regular customers, friends, and family. Fuck those people. And then there's the people that are going back behind in the liquor storage room. They popped the door somehow and they got down there and they're passing bottles up to their friends. Now people are over consuming the stuff that they just stole from you. You want to talk about Somalis driving Rolls Royces with fake daycares, shipping briefcases of millions of dollars back to God knows where? Somalia. There are literal pirates just bleeding our country dry. You look at 38 trillion in national debt, you go, how? That's not even a number. Nobody could take on that much amount of debt. That has to be theft. Somebody had to found the combination lock, the code to unlock the cookie jar. Somebody drilled a hole in the bank wall. That's why there's nothing left. And now not only is nothing left, you've rang up a credit card tab that you expect us to fucking deal with. These are all legitimate reasons to get the illegal alien invaders the fuck out of America. I do propose this. And I believe it's similar to what messages have come across. I admit to not being a full expert on it, but what I would maybe like to see, or potentially allow the possibility of, house lights go up in the nightclub. Say, all right, there's been a security breach. We need everyone with a green wristband to follow me this way. Everybody with a green wristband needs to follow me this way. You let them all out of the club. Or you just move them, everybody to the right. If you hands up, I got it. Okay, once you've been counted, you get to go to the other room. And only people who've been counted are in the other room. Anyone left here are people that snuck in. I don't know the best way to do that. But with CBP Home, isn't that the case? You're not here legally. You were working a job. You were under pretenses. Somebody thought, I'm not a criminal. I'm not a bad person. I would like to become a resident of this country. I do want to assimilate. Assimilation is key. It always has been. It always will be. Unity is our strength. Assimilation, staying out of trouble, not reaching into the cookie jar for your needs. I need. We got veterans here who are having a problem. We got plenty of homegrown problems that we need to deal with. You want to come here and contribute and be awesome, be so awesome that you're undeniable as a neighbor. So like we would love to have you on our team because like you're putting in an effort and you're crushing it in the American way or the Somali way. You want to come here and act as a pirate and steal everything that's not bolted down. That's what the Democrats have been doing in the big cities that are flipping red states, which is flipping the country. Illegal aliens getting counted so that the congressional numbers for representation are wildly off by tens of millions in the key areas that will flip an entire state to give political power and control for more people to steal more money from you, to restrict more freedoms from you. It's all scrambled together in an ungodly omelet. It's a good band name, by the way, Ungodly Omelet. So I invited Dan to come on the program to discuss that issue. Nick Adams, Nick says, don't lick boots. I don't consider my bouncer to be someone I should lick the boots of. That's my partner as a promoter. The safety and security of the people, I am the motherfucking shepherd watching out for the flock. If I invite people over to a party, I do not want anyone bringing firearms in. One of the places I promoted, I started getting a real sketchy vibe because there were some sketchy promoters doing some sketchy shit. I left. 2 weeks later, someone came in and shot the place up. Didn't happen when I was working there, but it happened right after I left, and I could feel it happening. My job, the internet dad's job, is to try to make sure that your kid doesn't drive his car off the cliff. You don't go full Thelma and Louise. That's what the internet dads do. You're just trying to keep people from suffering unnecessarily. And that's very libertarian. We have a right to run a pretty good ship inside of here. Because guess what? If you let people steal all your shit, the price for cover, it's not $10. Now it's 15. Now it's 20. Now we're shut down. We can't afford to stay. Like 38 trillion on a credit card. It has to be exposed, and the Democrats are at the core of it. They are systematically selling this country out to illegal alien foreign invaders to flip seats, to seize power and control. It's just a means to an end. They did it. So no, I partner with my security team to make sure that the people inside are protected. Ask Lake and Riley. Go down the list. There's how many names do you need to go through to know? Some of this could have been filtered out by simply comparing the identification of the individual who wanted to come into America to the list that I have printed out on the wall at the club entrance door. And I say, well, let me check this. What is your name here? Tom Smith. Oh, look, it says here, you caused a problem at that bar over there. Argentina, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Sudan, Somalia, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine. Throw dots. I don't care what any of the bars in the surrounding area. No. You're on the do not let them back in here list. You did something so egregious. You didn't pay your tab down there. Hey, buddy. All right. I'd like to introduce my co-host. This is Mr. Nimbus. You know him. You try to be a shepherd. You try to be a good shepherd. That's what the internet dads do. And that's what Scott Adams, his final message to people was be useful. Be useful. Be a good internet dad. Be useful. Try to look out for people. Look out for your community. Look out for yourself. Look out for your family. Look out for your local community. Look out for your state. Look out for your country. Look out for humanity. You know, it's like you start there and you spiral out like a Maynard James Keenan song. So, I invited Dan Johnson in, who's very in the libertarian camp. It's just all I see on his posts are negative toward the people that I want working as our nation's bouncers. That makes me a bootlicker. Bro, become a promoter at a nightclub and find out. You need security, making sure wristbands and IDs, no underage, no drugs, no guns, no known bad people. Oh, they rang up a $300 tab and didn't pay. They didn't tip our waitress. You have every right to refuse service to somebody if they're going to be disrespectful to your staff. You have every right to refuse service to somebody that got in a fight somewhere or ran up a tab and ran away, never paid any of it. There's different levels of theft, and you have every right. I would just encourage anyone that's anti-ICE, try promoting an event. Try doing a live event. Let me know how it goes. Mike, what's up, Mike? Good to see you. You know, sometimes I even wonder if our Facebook feed is active. It's the weirdest thing. It's not weird. Instagram has hated us. We've been horribly shadow banned over the years, which is why we rely on Patreon, Rumble rant tips, Super Chat tips, those types of things. Thankfully, you know, we got to grow the show and we got to continue all of the fantastic support of our regulars and first timers. It all fills the bucket, you know, it all goes somewhere. A lot of it goes to Nimbus and his medication these days too. But that being said, Danette, you had a comment. Well, let me get to Mike's first. Ran a bar for almost a decade. Believe me, we would warn neighboring bars of sketchy people we kicked out and vice versa. That's if you abused a kid in Guatemala, fuck off. You are denied access. And here's the trick. Because the Democrats lifted the razor wire and let everybody in because they fled blue cities and blue states that were ran into the ground during the COVID era because of their tyranny and oppressive measures and costs and crime, they need that congressional representation. So they need to put people. We need bodies in seats. We just got to get people here. Come on in. We're going to send a caravan. We're going to get 1,000 NGOs giving out $1 million times $1 billion. And we'll repopulate the big city centers of America so that we can get more Democrats to vote on more stupid Democrat shitty policies like Gavin Newsom, Seattle, Portland, and New York. Go across the board. You've seen it during COVID. There were free states and there were blue states. And I fled Los Angeles, California during coronavirus. I had to. It made it impossible to do business there, to trust a rental contract, to deal with their court system, knowing that their district attorneys are not arresting the bad people and throwing them in cages. They just kept letting them out. It's like they were their permanent foot soldier army. And you say, you got to be kidding me. They're right here and they're causing 95% of all of the problems in this entire neighborhood are these three people. For the love of God, help us. And they just, they've got other stuff going on. They don't care. They don't care about you. They don't care about that good lady. Now there's an oxymoron right there. Or is that a triple entendre by using the word moron? That lady was brainwashed to believe that she should be doing what she was doing. She should not have been. That it was safe. It was not safe. It was reckless. Spinning out and gunning your vehicle at a cop. Yeah, watch all 4 videos. It's crystal clear. Dude gets blasted. There's people who are being led astray right now, and it's the internet dad's job to try to help. Mike Moran right there, you said, it's kind of like the internet dads. You call your other bars and you go, hey, internet dad here. You're an internet dad too, right? Hey, we want to keep this streak good. We got a bad dude we don't want around. So when you call the cops, you ask for some help. Get out. The people that get out, like I said, the wristband. There should be a way if you don't have a wristband and you haven't caused a problem and you're 21 years of age or older and you can pay the cover charge, maybe you can walk right back in and buy a wristband. Come on in. Come back in. I get it. You should have known better to sneak into a nightclub, but someone opened a door. And so, fine, I'll believe your fantastical story that you had no idea it was wrong to get shuttled in here and get a free debit card that unlimited benefits, not questioning where they were getting the stolen beverages from. I'm mixing metaphors. But the problem is we don't know who's legal and who's not, and we have to figure it out. It's not just, oh, well, what's done is done. No. No. And when they're trying to effectively, efficiently go after the known worst of the worst, and you can have problems with politics and policy on that. Maybe it's, maybe the Home Depot stuff is too much. Those are people just trying to work. They've had a year to walk out of the nightclub, come back in and buy a wristband. To what degree are we supposed to just allow permanent unlawfulness? Because to be in the club, it means you need to be on the team of the club. That means assimilation. It means learning the language. It means staying out of trouble. It means not taking our crucial resources at a time when we're trying to figure out how to balance a budget. None of that is my problem. We have 1,000 problems right now. We don't need extra problems. But the internet dads kind of look out for people. Just kind of what's right. I don't want to see a bouncer rough people up on the way out of the door. Yeah, well, that ICE agent, he didn't need to shoot her. I did a full, like a 15 or 20 minute analysis on it. I don't claim to be a legal expert other than I follow the stories and I listen to the legal experts. And I'm pretty sure you can't take a 4,600 pound vehicle and charge, peel out, and a National Immigration Custom Enforcement agent. It's probably a really bad idea. It's this whole extrapolation thing, trying to make it seem like, well, you see what they're doing. That is the stupid game, stupid prizes. Like you should, FAFO, you should have never taken that course. It was a horrible tactic from the jump. But the Democrats are promoting this. They don't have anything. The last time they needed to get a big power swing, they lit the country on fire in the George Floyd riots in 2020, the summer of love. These are dangerous, violent thieves, the Democrat Party. Dangerous, demonic thieves. So yes, Mike. There's so many comments here, but I haven't even done the simultaneous sip. This is how the show gets away from me. But maybe that's part of the reason why you tune in, because we're having a conversation. I didn't expect to go off on the tangent that I did, but that's fine. There was an episode or two where I caught that Scott Adams didn't do his simultaneous sip till much later in the show, or he'd get reminded in the comments, you never even gave the simultaneous sip. And I haven't really even given a proper send-off to Scott. I don't even know how to. And to say that there haven't been tears today and yesterday, that would be facetious. That guy was like an internet dad to me. You know, he introduced that concept, a mentor. Helpful, useful. You know, some of his routines, some of his shtick, some of his this, some of that. I don't agree with everybody all the time. I couldn't possibly agree with myself all the time. I don't know why anyone said, well, I didn't agree with him all the time, but yeah, we know. Do we have to stop? Must we say that for everybody on earth? Well, I don't agree with Bill Maher all the time, but you know, sometimes he makes sense. I don't agree with everything Charlie Kirk said, but you know, I've seen a lot of really good stuff. I don't agree with everything, you know, do we do that for Dave Chappelle the same way? I don't agree with everything, but you know, that's the human condition. We're allowed to agree to disagree. So Dan said he'll come in on Thursday. I'll have to sort that out and get a graphic made and figure out how to address it. And it was through listening to an Akira the Don track with Scott Adams' voice in it that sort of prompted me to send Dan this message. So I think Dan's frustrated with me. I think I'm frustrated with him. I don't understand his policy position. He doesn't understand mine. So do we talk more or do we talk less? I think the key is talking more. And that's why we called it the Agree to Disagree show. And we've hosted people like John Fugelsang after he said Trump didn't get shot in the air. That's a bold take. CNN airs him. CNN puts him on their panels. John is very, we've having conversations where you vehemently disagree. It can be challenging. And I saw Dan have a willingness after Charlie Kirk was taken off the chessboard. A future Republican president erased in front of us. Make no mistake about it. That was right there. That's what was removed from the chessboard 2-3 months ago. But Dan had said something in the midst of Charlie Kirk, something, and that, you know, maybe he'll try to do a better job of being civil and having civil conversation. Like, you can't let the bullies win. Idiots. I'm going to block the road because I'm something, Nicole Good. I'm going to block the road. I'm in charge now. Everything's about me. Yes, I know 80,000 people are standing in this stadium to put their hand over their heart and try to unite together. It's like, yeah, I know we're bitter rivals on the field, but look, we're all human. We're all Americans at the end of the day. So let's sing the national anthem and remember that we're all in this together. No. I am Colin Kaepernick. This is about me, takes a knee. Oh, I'm glad you're so special. You commandeered this thing that everybody else was doing. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for letting us be a part of your world. Me. I get to block the road. I want the national anthem to be about me. Me. I know, says the podcaster who talks every day. Look at me. the stuff that lady was doing, blocking the roads, being aggressive, confrontational, both of them. You watch the videos, you're like, what are we doing here? What is this? The internet dads sort of have to step in as needed to correct things, set records straight, change trajectories. That was a tough phrase. Change trajectories. And part of that is sort of obliterating the normal right versus left, the right versus wrong, libertarian, conservative, Republican. I was asked the other day, am I conservative? I knew where it was going. I knew where the conversation was going. And it's like you sort of learn to sidestep some of this shit. It's like, do I want a potentially amiable conversation to be derailed off the bat for some preconceived notion that this person has? Do I need to decide to make this a moment where we have to be unpleasant with each other instead of just be humans? And you sidestep it, but literally, I'm not conservative. I'm partial conservative. I'm partial a lot of things. But I'm partial to fair. And the Supreme Court's talking about that this week. We'll give you some highlights there. Should men be able to claim their women, then beat up on women in sports? Should they be able to creep on them in a locker room? These are not radical concepts here. But this is what we're debating and discussing. And you got to set the record straight. You got to get the wisdom of the audience. You get the internet dads together. A protective instinct. It's a protection instinct of the shepherd that white, female, liberal, affluence, awfuls. Awful is affluent, white, liberal, female. Awfuls. They are the worst. The liberal, well-off white lady that didn't grow up wrestling and getting punched in the face thinks they're bulletproof and that it's all a game. It's not a game. Nothing is a game. And the ones that just, for some reason, have a lack of survival instinct. They say in Pulp Fiction, if self-preservation is an instinct that you possess, I suggest you do what I say when I say. And I don't get where our self-preservation instinct has gone. People who actively hate America, hate the United States, want to take it over, transform it into something it is not, want to steal everything not nailed down. This is an invading army. Look across Europe. Look at what's happened. This is not accidental. This is a plan. And I oppose the people who have been setting that up. I oppose that. My self-preservation instinct says there are wolves inside of the nightclub, lights on, everybody who can slowly make it to this other room so that the only things left in that place are the wolves so that we can get rid of them. It might be messy, it might be unpleasant. But we got to look after humanity. We got to look after the people that are, just trying to we need a martyr moment. Oh, we just need a martyr moment. We need a George Floyd, a Crispus Attucks, the Boston Massacre. We just need a martyr, a Christ figure. Yes, they'll go down and they'll end up on a cross, down and up. But they'll do it for us, for the greater good. And it's a lot of bully tactics. It's about me. I get to block the road. I get to get in your face. I get to gun my car as fast as possible and smack into your hip and torso at lightning fast speeds. It all happens in 3 seconds. That officer had been hit and dragged by a car, could have been run over and killed a few months ago. Yeah, I think there's a bit of a survival instinct. And I think the wrong narratives, the wrong life plans. Scott Adams talked about systems over goals. Put your system in place. Write it down, write your goals down. And it's just bad narratives pushed by Democrats, deep state, the educational industrial complex, the lying legacy media. It's like there's this alliance of just liars and thieves and liars and thieves and liars and thieves and liars and thieves, and they don't care about ginning up violence. They need it. They feed on tragedy. It's like blood to a vampire. Yes, I'm still quoting Maynard James Keenan from Tool. Vicarious. Vicariously I live while the whole world dies. You all need it too, don't lie. So I saw something that made me officially get Dan on the show. We bantered about it, but I'm like, no, let's just do it. And part of it was listening to Akira the Don. And this Scott Adams part comes in. So the main instance where Scott Adams discussed or referenced Norm Macdonald in a way that's publicly notable and tied together comes from a 2018 track by producer Akira the Don in the Meaning Wave style. It's a remixed, mashed up audio piece titled Good versus Good. I want Nick Adams to hear this. I want Dan Johnson to hear this. I want Danette to hear this. I get caught up in this. I admit, I'm so thirsty. I got to hurry up and do the simultaneous sip. But you know what? Fuck it. There are times that stories hit. They hit close. And those can often be like really pivotal moments. And yeah, I was able to gather a lot of wisdom from Scott Adams. The voice is missed. It's a dip down your device and light the torch. Keep it going. You got to be brave. You got to be vocal. You got to be resilient. You got to be creative. You have to be intelligent. You have to be all these things. I know a lot of people don't. I asked Mike Barra. Check out the Mike Barra episode. We talked about Eric von Daniken's legacy, and he also got into Scott's condition and treatments and a little bit more. But having had some time to think about this, I just this one is different. That guy, he meant something. He was a major mentor, whether it was out cutting the grass for a couple hours or working in the garage or feeding the cats, doing their cat dishes or whatever you're, just doing, scooping the litter box. You'd listen to that show, and it was important. Oh, I already took the sip without us about 10 minutes ago. Did I do the sip? I did. That was accidental. So let me do this with intention. Thank you, Patriot Warrior Texas. I figured that had to have happened. I definitely do not recall doing that. It is muscle memory. When I say simultaneous, we're on Brian Standard Time, BST. Similar to BPT. I was told that. I go, huh? What's that? One of my neighbors in Los Angeles. I'm like, oh, BPT. Oh, yeah. It's like Engelman Standard Time. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that. Yeah, I got that. It's a term I didn't even know. Well, in this song, Norm Macdonald gives a famous philosophical quote where he says, "The idiot sees the world as good versus evil. The cynic sees the world as evil versus evil. The truth that no one seems to be able to see is that the world is, and always has been, a battle of good versus good." And I'm recognizing when we disagree, Danette will see her point of view as good, Nick, Dr. Nick. Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. Guess what? I keep reaching for the coffee cup. Just do the sip. My point is this. In the show prep, I listened to that Scott Adams telling the Norm Macdonald story, sampled by Akira the Don, that's being delivered back to me and out to you, and maybe you can use it again. Maybe Dan and Nick and Danette, and I mean, we come on, nobody agrees with everybody all the time. It's that you're doing. Let me see if Grok gave me context here. Suggesting that real struggles aren't between pure good and pure evil, but between competing versions of good, different values, beliefs, or interests that each side genuinely sees as right. So we sort of genuinely see ourselves as right. Oh, that's a good one. That's exactly how we're starting the show. Scott Adams passed of metastatic colon cancer. The same thing former Vice President Biden said he was afflicted with. And he fought it for what, like a year and a half, or half a year? Norm Macdonald famously had a running gag reading about Hitler and, oh, what a bad guy. Oh, that guy's awful. I say we go get him right now and we deliver some mob justice. Adam Egget, his co-host, goes, well, I mean, he died 70 years ago. He goes, oh, I didn't even know he was sick. I didn't even know he was sick. And very famously, Norm Macdonald didn't tell anybody that he was battling his cancer. Was it colon cancer too? I think it might have been. And yeah, the difference between Norm Macdonald not telling anyone. So everyone, as they told the stories and they talked about Norm, can you believe Norm passed? You got any good Norm stories? And go, oh, it rattled me. That was so tough. I didn't even know he was sick. You know, like he didn't want to be a burden on people. And then Scott Adams, he was just like, I'm not a burden on people. I'm just whatever, but like, I'm going to talk to you about it. I won't dwell on it more than is needed at the time. But yeah, he was very public at every step of the way and trying this and doing that. And like I said, if you watch the Mike Barrett episode, he talks about specific treatments and maybe he did this, maybe he didn't do this. He should have said that. He shouldn't have taken this. And it's like, all right, I don't know. I'm not entirely certain what he was told and what is entirely certain that works. Patriot Warrior, Texas, and Rumble. Oh my God, the sip. Just get to the bloody sip. I know, man. I'm thanks for sticking with me on a bit of a weave. They call it the wide weave. The wide world of sports. No, it really was this comment that it was Nick. He's out on Trump. He's out on ICE. MAGA's a cult. And it was Dan just every day. It's just anti-ICE and anti-Trump and anti-MAGA. So yeah, I'm working this all in. Maybe it's good versus good. I don't fully anticipate being able to change anyone's opinion per se. But it's like with, they'll call it radical Islam. Or you can call it Islam, a forced conversion of everybody. Read the different surahs, break it down text by text, and it's like, well, no, that's radical Islam. You go, no, that's just Islam. We're allowed to root for the Eagles or the Bills or the Browns. You don't get to tell me what I can and can't root for, or that I must be a fan of the Jacksonville Jaguars. You don't get to tell me the national anthem's about you right now. You don't get to block the roads. You don't get to sneak in the country and sign up for unlimited welfare while we're busting our asses, barely getting by with the inflation and the bullshit. And you're just sitting living in the lap of luxury off of something other people have. You don't get to do that shit. And I think the internet dads understand that. I don't like that. I don't like it's the taking advantage. There's times and places for a little bit of this, a little bit of that. But yeah. Good versus good. I asked Dan, come on the show. Nick's like, I'm out on MAGA, I'm out on Trump, I'm out on ICE, you're in a cult. Okay, that's a lot to unpack. The commonality between Nick and Dan, not to put words in either of your mouths, but very libertarian. Nick came over from the Adam Kokesh interview. Adam, famously libertarian. Trying to do the thing that you feel is morally just, morally right, allowable. Good versus good. I just see it as don't force your shit on me. Oh my God, I can't believe you're saying that as a Christian nationalist. Man, the country was founded on kind of like basic tenets of don't steal, don't covet, don't get like super greedy and jealous, and don't go hurting people. Oh my gosh, that's so bad. Horrible tenets to build a nation on. Yeah, if there's no morality, you're going to get taken advantage of. You're going to be abused. So in the spirit of Scott Adams, good versus good, I asked Dan onto the show, I think Thursday at noon. We're going to try to unpack some of this ICE stuff because we're losing sight of Dan the human. I see the annoying posts that he makes. He sees my annoying responses. A little bit. Dan's an articulate writer. So, he'll put a nice long page together. And I'll fire off a couple sentences, maybe a paragraph, maybe just a one-liner. We're, on one level, we're not really hearing each other. We're kind of talking past each other. Maybe it's pointless to have conversations with people you disagree with, but I think that's how you get into very dangerous territory. When you see it as good versus evil instead of good versus good. So, I suppose that's where we'll leave it. A 50-minute improv thanks to Dan Johnson and Nick Adams. I knew I should have just said hello and did the sip. It would have been way more. I don't know what it would have been way more. It is what it is. I asked you to grab something with liquid in it. This moment here is called the simultaneous sip, and all you need is a cup or mug or glass, a tankard, chalice or stein, a canteen, jug or flask, a vessel of any kind. Fill it with your favorite liquid. I like coffee. And join me now in the unparalleled pleasure of the dopamine hit of the day, the thing that makes everything better. It's called the simultaneous sip, and it happens now. Go. It's new coffee day. Apparently, I took a sip or two and didn't notice. I try to drink as little as possible when I'm doing my show so I don't have to run to the restroom or something. I usually just wet the whistle, but it's just so automatic. I'm doing it out of the corner of my eye. I'm reading comments. I'm changing screens. So we got the sip. On today's show, we're going to try to talk about the news. I'll get to your comments, and we're going to have a great time. So buckle up. The TNAM Daily Show starts now.
guide to the truth. thenewamericanmedia.com.
Brian Rapid Mind Engelman. They call it a weave. A bit of a wide weave. Oh, everybody, it's been a couple of days. Thanks for being here. Hit like, hit subscribe. All right, I didn't really even do the intro to my show. I did the intro to Scott's. To be fair, there probably have been, well, this version of the TNAM Daily Show has probably been, how long now? A year and a half? A year? I've sort of lost track with time. When did it begin in this format? I don't remember. But here, let's put the TNAM Daily Show up here. I like doing the snap, the finger snap. The snap isn't too loud. Like, you don't listen with earbuds on. This isn't loud. I have always wanted to ask, is this too much? When I snap and go to the graphics? Putting the other graphic up on the screen here. Which one? Let's go with that one. The New American Media. All right, everybody. So I have thoughts. A lot of thoughts. It's just, it's a day of reflection. In my talk with Mike Barra that you should check out on Rumble or YouTube. Mike's the co-host of Strictly Football. Myself, Jim Mitchell, Ezrael Robinson, and Mike Barra. Season 2, episode 26 of the Unhappy Hour Sports Show here on the New American Media. We talked about, what was the point I was just going to bring up? We talked about so much. Reflection. Yeah, Mike did have something interesting to say. He was like, you know, we do this show. He's like, you've been you know, if there's an injury or, you know, if somebody's out and can't do Toxically Masculine Tuesday, you've jumped in for a while now. It's his first time coming into the Agree to Disagree show. He's like, our souls like we've been in business together in previous lives. Like, we had to have done this before. Like, there's a soul circle of like, you kind of energetically travel, or like you've met before, different forms, different times, different circumstances. But he was like, he said something along the lines like, yeah, if it got serious, he'd be like, all right, I want Engelman on my team. Go get Engelman. It'd be like one of those superhero movies. And it's like, you kind of compile your group of people and you just go out. But the thing that I was bringing this up for specifically to mention that Mike said, I asked him how many people, as I was pondering Scott Adams' legacy, and he says, be useful, be useful. What percentage of people that walk around Earth do you feel have the strong desire to be useful, who want to kind of do what we do? And we're doing it to put good ideas, good energy, discernment, like investigative spirit. We're trying to, internet dads, we're trying to look out for, oh my gosh, you see what's going on in Iran? Did they really stack 20,000 bodies in Iran? Well, yeah, but I don't want American boots on the ground. Okay, well, you should drop crates of arms. Oh, what? You mean like they did? Wink, wink. Whoever they are, wink, wink. You know, they who do everything. Thanks, Obama. Every story has 1,000 angles to it. And it's like, maybe they're not all incorrect. Maybe there's partial truths to these. I think there's objective reality. And there's no objective reality where I'm going to look at an ICE agent, that guy in that incident, having already been hit and dragged by a car and being in front of that car and watching 3 of the 4 videos showing that he got hit by that lady, could have killed him. He had every right to use lethal force. She had no business doing what she was doing. You want to be an observer? You walk around. You obey normal traffic. She was blocking traffic. That's why she was being told to get out of her car. She was being arrested. And her girlfriend goes, "Drive, baby, drive." And she takes off and got shot. Nobody wanted to see that. I take that back. I do think the left needed to see that. They're trying desperately to find a martyr. And the internet dads are just saying, guys, we shouldn't be doing this. We shouldn't be doing this. That's the part this is very bad. And the Democrats just keep throwing wood onto the fire. I don't know. But yeah, what percentage of people, Scott Adams said, be useful? And the point I was making is that people like us, Mike Barra, myself, we broadcast these programs to try to sift through the rubbish. We knock over a trash can, separate the bags of used baby diapers from, I don't know, here's some canned food, here's some boxed, Kraft macaroni, or, sealed, here's some cup of noodles or whatever. Bags of pasta. Yeah, that show was one of the ones I would listen to kind of put it into my psyche, which stories were important, which ones weren't, what were some of the better takes on these stories. Because there could be 10 or 20 good takes on a story, a couple great takes, one great take. There's a lot of bad takes based on fake information. So, yeah, Scott was just a big part of me trying to survive COVID, going from having 2 jobs to 0. Go to bed on Sunday night, full-time sales guy, weekend job on Saturdays. You're like, okay, I got a plan. I got a rhythm. I got this. This is all right. I got some building blocks here. COVID yanked that all away. And you're like, oh, man. So working in the yard with earbuds in, I listened to a lot of Scott Adams as we tried to figure out what was happening. Furloughed from both jobs. Just all of my life shut down over Fauci, China, lies. That was awesome. But Mike said 5%. 5% of people want to leave a legacy. I think specifically we're talking about wanting to leave a legacy. Scott said be useful. And I think what he meant is your legacy is the fact that you were useful. You were teaching. I know John and others in here, we talk about how I'm a school teacher, or because we will share stories and never intentionally share a fake story with you. We never intentionally share a fake story with you. But there could be bad takes. There could be videos that were doctored, or, oh, that's from a satire site. Oh, it was? Everybody says that. Why do they, and try to look on Grok and try to research. Do I have this story right? Oh. But it's a process. And I think the act of active education sort of makes us, we're in this together. I hope this is found useful. Any day that we have could be the last day on earth. I told John McAfee, libertarian legend, we disagreed on plenty, I'm sure. I'm a Christian. I believe in God. And if there is a God, and I meet that maker on the other side, because that's a big if. I don't know. How can I know? If there is a God and I meet that maker, I want to be able to look at that maker and say that I tried. I don't know what impact it's going to make, but I just want to be able to say that I tried. Yeah, that's a good one. Lord Heavenly Father, divine, omnipotent, omniscious one, grand architect of the universe, however you choose to define that entity, that spirit, that force, that energy. Grant us discernment in this spiritual war. Push out bad ideas, malcontents, and those who are too easily swayed by lies and propaganda, and help open their eyes, lift the veil off of the incorrect, divisive rage bait fueling these fires and turning man against man unnecessarily. Amen. I think it was that unnecessarily part with that Renee Good story. That didn't need to happen. That shouldn't have happened. She shouldn't have been blocking the street. She shouldn't have gunned her car to cop. Like, it shouldn't have happened. This is what's being pumped out. They need this. They need an incident. Got to get it on film. We got to get something gory. Make them look bad. We need our nationwide riots. Like, we're not going to get this guy removed from office because people hate the Democrat Party. We got to get him for something. It's bad energy, man. It's bad energy. It is dangerous energy. So yes, let's pray for discernment in this spiritual war. Yeah. I was just yesterday, just getting ready to do the show when news of Scott Adams' demise happened. And I haven't felt like doing the show normally. Maybe I'm just here for me at this point. Maybe it's just vanity. No, it's not. It's not that. It's well, fine. Some of it. It's a Venn diagram. It's a bar charts and graphs. It's on there somewhere, but it's not. No, it can, instead of saying vanity, it could be like therapy. I find it therapeutic to work out my thoughts and connect stories and explain motivations and connectivity, causality, likelihood. Yeah, I just, Strictly Football was good. I enjoyed Strictly Football yesterday. Please check that show out. Season 2, episode 26. Yeah, football, it gets my mind off of this other stuff. And what didn't Norm Macdonald famously talked about atheists who have a God-sized hole in their hearts. And Scott Adams addressed the many fans and followers and friends and family who asked him to become a Christian so that we could hang out with him on the other side, if there is another side, if that's a thing. And he addressed that, and he said that he did. I think he then went on, he said, as a non-believer, I viewed this, something, I don't know, as a non-believer. He referenced that, he's not a spiritual person, but given the cost-benefit analysis, if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. Then nobody's out anything. If there is something there, wouldn't you like to have the wristband to stay in the nightclub? Mixing metaphors again, but you see that they're all kind of connected. Well, no, it's a blue wristband. Oh, I had the red one. Okay. Better luck next time, buddy. Oh. Nobody knows. How do we know? But if there's a maker, and Scott has to answer to that maker, he's going to be able to look at him and say, or her or it, and say, I tried to be useful. So it's just been a Scott Adams sized hole in my heart for 2 days now. There's no proper way to put it into words. It's funny because, you could go to a question of the day. Have you been to therapy session or sessions? Have you been to therapy sessions? Question of the day. Type in the comments, please. Vibe check. Pulse check. Everybody there? Pulse check. Is that my Polak neighbor? Pulse check. So stupid. By the way, guys, I have decided that I am going to carve out time for more music and more comedy this year. These are things that make me feel alive. And I'm going to do some more of that. Yeah. So there's that. All right. Marion's never been to therapy. Wow, this is interesting. Nothing for Marion. No therapy for you. David, I have never had therapy myself. Kenneth, no? Okay, maybe I'm just a lunatic. Maybe I'm just a nut job. Does massage therapy count? No, it does not. But in therapy, they ask questions. They're not supposed to tell you what to do. I have a psychology degree, so part of my training to get a degree was volunteering at a crisis center, and you're sort of doing that, and been to sessions as a kid, as an adult. I guess you don't know. You've never been. But sometimes you can feel like I'm gonna come in here once a week. We're going to sit down. We're going to talk. We're going to talk it out. And that's what we're doing every day is we're talking it out. We're trying to make sense of what's going on. Like Nick says, I shouldn't be behaving how they are. And that's what I told Dan. I said, all I hear every day is a complaint. Do you suggest that we don't have a bouncer and it's all just everything's the honor system? And if not, what do you propose are the improvements to what's happening? Where are the improvements? Is there anything that they're doing right, or just 100%? We should never have a bouncer. If you're 18 years of age, come on in, drink yourself silly, throw up, and overdose in the bathroom on some fentanyl-laced pills. Have fun. No, that place is shut down in a minute. You can't operate that way. So I'm all for leveling things up that we're doing, but I mean, we watched 4 pieces of film to watch that Nicole Good go from bad to worse to worse to worse. And you go, what was she even thinking? Why did she do that? She did it to herself. But Scott Adams would often talk about 2 movies playing on the same screen. Imagine sitting in your living room, big TV right in front of you, a little TV. You're sitting there, Nick is sitting there, and we're watching the same movie, but we're seeing 2 different movies. Two movies on the same screen. Drive-in theater. Just so you can see a scope, a size of it. 2 different movies are playing on the same screen. I don't know how anyone could watch that ICE incident up in Minneapolis and not go, why did she hit the guy with her car? What's wrong with her? Why did she do that? Well, he shouldn't have shot. Huh? What's he supposed to do? Just die? They shouldn't even be there. The Democrats let a whole bunch of people in that need to go. Yes, they need to be there. We're watching 2 different movies on the same screen. Some lady's yelling, why were you using real bullets? Because it's not a fucking game, which is why you don't block traffic and impede a federal investigation. Unless that is what you're supposed to be doing. We're watching 2 movies on the same screen. Nick says, I'm gaslighting myself. How? What? Yes, I am being serious, and I'm not gaslighting myself. I'm not trying to gaslight you. I did a 20-minute breakdown, frame by frame. She's looking right at him, 5 feet away when she guns it at him. Now, maybe she thought a bad woman driver, make the joke if you want. Maybe she thought she had enough room to turn the wheel. Maybe everything got nervous and her girlfriend's yelling, drive, baby, drive. Horrible advice. Just get arrested because you're getting arrested. They're reaching in to open your door and put you in cuffs for your illegal acts. Or, using the good versus good frame, they're righteous. And they have every right to make the national anthem about them and block traffic and stop ICE from doing their job because they shouldn't be here. The tactics are not good. What tactics do you propose? What is your plan? That would be my specific question to Nick, who's asking, are you serious? Yes, I'm serious. I'm gaslighting myself. No, the fuck I'm not. What is your plan for ICE to get rid of 40 million illegal alien invaders? I ask of you, what is your plan to remove 40 million illegal alien invaders? I am open to hearing it. Oftentimes, there is no plan. I'm open to hearing it. Nick, the bullet hole's right in the front window. You watch the body cam. He's not body camera. It's a cell phone camera. When he walks up and walks over there, he can barely get out. Ugh! You hear him get hit by the 4,600-pound vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. It all happens in 1 second. 1 second. A 4,500-pound vehicle spinning on the ice and lurching forward. I mean, he got hit. Nick, I don't mind engaging with you, but like, I'm a gaslighter. Are you serious? You're delusional. You're being a dick. So if you want to talk, I'm all for bouncing around ideas, but I'm not delusional. It's not a delusion that you have 40 million invaders. There's 20 to 30 that we know of. And the nature of it is sneaking in, professionally sneaking in, human trafficking, child trafficking, drug trafficking. And all of the sleeper cells from Iran, from the cartels, from the Middle East, from Israel, from Russia, from Ukraine, there are sleeper cells all over this place. We know of 20 to 30 million, which makes my estimation of 40 million to be, on the low side. We're watching the same movie, just getting different numbers. Would it matter if there's 1 million illegal alien invaders? I think they would all need to go. Yeah, if you invade my nation, you're an invader. You snuck into the nightclub. You're not invited. You're not welcome. You didn't walk through the front door like a normal person would. I am instantly suspicious, and I'm doubling down my efforts to find out who are you and why couldn't you have walked through the front door? No, the propaganda is undocumented migrant. Illegal alien invader. If you, same movie, same screen, 2 different movies are playing. There's a lot of bad people planning lots of bad stuff. So they need to go. Or is your plan, Nick, everybody gets to stay and shut law enforcement down? If that's the plan, we're just going to have a fundamental disagreement there. So, anyway. I mean, this is the lady. Let me pull up I didn't really share much on Instagram for the show today. Like I said, I'm just processing a really good show. You know, they get in, get out. Scott Adams, he'd really get in. David says people coming into any country without lawful entry and coming in by the millions, that's an invasion to me. That's exactly what I'm calling it. I don't call it gender affirming care. I call it unnecessary genital mutilation. I'm trying to be accurate. It's not necessary in any way. It's mutilation of genitals for lifetime problems. It's not gender affirming care. That sounds so nice. It's not nice. Being invaded by the millions, being looted. And then these enclaves putting up people like Ilhan Omar to steal more money to give it back to their friends so they can donate to their campaign, so they can send more money back to their. We're being looted. It's Ocean's 11 in real time. We are in a global war. We're in 2 of them, 3 of them, 4 of them. How many global wars are we in right now? Yeah, I mean, now you could give a little grief and say, oh, yeah, where's your Messiah now? Where's your peace president now? Everybody now everyone's a fan of Maduro. Okay, I guess Maduro's a good guy. Have you met a Venezuelan? Have you ever talked to any idea the decades of history of what the Democrat deep state establishment has done globally over the past several decades? Either this regime is a continuation of that, or they hate him so much they framed him multiple times, shot him in the head, and did everything they could think of to keep him out. And the people voted him in 2 or 3 times. I just don't believe the assertion that that person is probably just a part of the same rigmarole. It's, meet your new boss, same as the old boss. Maybe. Rig 'em. Exactly, Kenneth. But maybe we're resetting the chessboard a little bit. Maybe we're putting better systems in place. Systems over goals. So I don't get the system of why Democrats are training people to impede with ICE investigations. Tim Pool said liberals genuinely think that they're playing. They think it's a game, literally a game for children. Laura Powell says, I missed this clip before. After Renee, what's her name? Oh, they said Wood, but it's good. After her demise, someone, apparently her partner, was screaming. Oh, was that her partner? I thought someone from the. But I don't want to see any more of this stuff. How organic was any of the violence on January 6th? How organic was any of the violence in Charlottesville? How organic was the stuff in the Summer of Love riots? There's a lot of people doing this, lighting little fires and watching it happen, little arsonists. And this girlfriend, whoever wife, partner of the deceased, she was saying something that it's my fault. I'm the one that brought her here. Someone was saying this. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess this is the same clip. I made her come down here. It's my fault. She's having regret. I don't want to see that. Question for Nick. Nick, do you want to see any more of that? There's a possibility Nick and I might agree completely on not wanting to see another incident like that. Now, if 2 people don't want to see another incident like that, because I don't think any non-demon would want to see more of this. What's the answer? Well, on the answer part, that might be a little different, because I don't, just scrolling, I didn't see. I was asking what is the how do you get all of the people who snuck into the country out? What is the plan? I don't want to just hear, I don't like the plan. I don't like what they're doing. I don't like how they're doing it. Okay, what is your plan? How do we improve these systems? If the plan is no plan, that's a non-starter. I don't know. David, question I always ask people who don't agree with what's happening: how would you clean up the corruption? There, look, Nick and I, we decided it's good versus good. Like Norm Macdonald said, and Scott Adams quoted, and Akira the Don put into music, and I just said to you, and you might take out into your universe. We think it's good versus evil. The pessimist, or how did Norm phrase that? I might have switched the page from it, but pessimist? Oh, there we are. Oh, this is how I was supposed to do the simultaneous sip. I got off of that. Yeah, I'm just good versus good. We both think that we're trying to do the right thing. Good versus good. We get wrapped up in thinking it's good versus evil, or it's just evil versus evil, and there's no point, take the black pill, or maybe it's just good versus good. How I was going to wrap that all together in the simultaneous sip, I just pulled up the screen. I should have been looking at it. In the old days, says Norm Macdonald, man could just sick, excuse me. Norm Macdonald says, in the old days, a man could just get sick and die. Now they have to wage a battle. I'm pretty sure, I'm not a doctor, but I'm pretty sure if you die, the cancer dies at the same time. That's a loss. That's not a loss. That's a draw. Lost his battle with cancer. You have to wage a battle. He lost his battle with cancer. But if I die, the cancer dies at the same time. That's not a loss. That's a draw. Such an interesting way to think about that. The cancer dies at exactly the same time. Yeah. They fought to a draw. Nick says, one thing I've realized that the left has a good idea of what the right thinks. And you feel the right is completely out of touch and wrong about what the left thinks. No, look, Nick, have I always been, we can cross lines a little bit, whether crossed lines like on Seinfeld, crossed Rhines. Yeah, she said it like with an R. I think she's Asian. Crossed Rhines? Why did you say Rhines? Crossed lines like misinterpretation, misinterpretation, or I didn't hear it right, or I didn't articulate it the right way, and we kind of got our lines crossed. Or crossing lines like you say some fucked up shit, and you go, and then you go, whatever. Moving on. You know, theoretically, Nick might have hope that Brian's not too far gone. Maybe people feel like maybe there's hope with Nick. He's not too far gone. If that really is Nick. Nick, is that you? How do we know that's you? Yeah, I'm just saying, look, if Nick says, I'm sorry if I came at you offensively, Brian, it's passion, LOL. I recognize that. I say, the New American Media, from sports to spirituality, comedy to Congress, and freedom to firearms, seeking truth, challenging dogma, and having fun. Join the mostly civil conversation. That's what I say. Mostly civil. I get fired up too. Probably, I'm trying to do like a proper Scott Adams tribute show. I'm dropping F-bombs. And it's like, I try not to do it. I try not to do it. But yeah, I mean, passion is the name of the game. If we didn't have passion, you'd have to check. We need a pulse check. Go find that good Polish lady. Her name's Pulse Check. David says, like I said, it's lies on both sides until the truth comes out. Yeah, and it's all this. Did you see what happened here? Did you see what happened there? See, that's emblematic of all of it. Shut it all down. And you go, you know. Kenneth, my left hand is not okay with the personal affair that my right hand is having. Yeah, what is it? Don't let the left hand know what the right hand is doing. You silo things so that there's no connectivity, that just follow one path. But that's what I feel like the left does all the time, talking about silos. I went like this. I'm like, well, if my hand's up, then clearly I'm Elon Musk and I'm a Nazi. See? Burn the Teslas. Like, that's the shit the Democrats are up to. And I just want to destroy that whole party. The entire party has become a domestic terrorist organization. I'm passionate because I don't think they're playing fair. I don't think they have the best interests of the country in mind. I think they're thieves. I think they're liars. I think they're trying to overthrow this place and turn it into a third world hellhole. I do believe that. I believe they played a massive role in what totally legitimately happened in 2020. Wink, wink. Am I even allowed to say it out loud? Will the YouTube, Google, Meta, Instagram, Facebook overlords allow me to have an opinion? 5, 6 states magically pause the count. Trump up hundreds of thousands of votes. Just run away for a second term until, what's this? I guess we're going to need more time. We're going to need a few more hours. We're going to need a few more days, a few more weeks. What? No, big flashing red lights. Anyway. Like, you should be able to listen to the pain here in this video.
Why did you have real bullets?
It's my fault. I made her come down here. It's my fault. I've seen this video. So to properly process this video, I am not an expert on this video. Maybe it's not the lady's girlfriend. Maybe audio was dubbed in. Maybe it doesn't represent it. Let's just assume for face value that it is true. I mean, it was a series of poor decisions, and I don't want to see this happen again. And I just see the Democrats continuing to push for this. They think they're literally pushing back Gestapo and SS and Nazis because we have a bouncer at the door to the nightclub. That's crazy talk. If you snuck in, you gotta go. And I think there should be a fast pass, like a Disney fast pass. Raise your 2 million people have self-deported. The CBP One app has been turned into CBP Home. They've had a year. If you're not here legally, use the CBP Home app. We'll even pay for you to go there. And if you do this voluntarily before you get caught, you will be eligible to come back here. If it's a year in and you still haven't self-deported, isn't it fair to assume there's potentially intentional, malevolent intent? That was a weird word phrase, wasn't it? How did I phrase that? Potentially malevolent intent? There's another word in there. It's just that this is a series of bad decisions that are happening. And I don't want to see it happen again. Crazy talk lives here. Yeah, it's Nick saying he just doesn't believe that they're good dudes. ICE. I know that there are a lot of bad dudes that snuck in here, and I want them all out. Every one of them. And if you don't have a criminal record harming a woman, harming a child, harming a dude, you're not a known narco smuggler. You're not a big fucking problem. You're not going to try to change the people here. You're on a global conquest of caliphate to build your own enclaves and put people like Ilhan Omar and change the country from the inside out. Are you here to assimilate and learn the language and work, and contribute taxes instead of take, forcing us to raise our taxes as we're stepping over our own bums on our sidewalks. The ones that Venezuela flooded with drugs to get them all zonked out, turn them into zombies. I don't want drug zombies in America. That's bad for America. That's bad for business. It's bad for that person's soul. It's not compassion to allow that. It's not compassionate. So yeah, we're resetting the chessboard. And this is a time of war. I think I get that you've never liked the police. Why would anyone ever like the police? I'll tell you when I did. It was when 3 pit bulls were running around the neighborhood, ripping the throat and entrails out of my elderly Latina grandmother neighbor's dog in my front yard. That was a weird phrase. My neighbor, an elderly Mexican woman, was walking her cute little fluffy dog, and a reckless motherfucker down the street let 3 pit bulls loose, and they ripped the throat out of the dogs, and it bled out in my front yard, screaming and crying. I ran outside in flip-flops and a phone to call 911 for help. There's occasions where you might need some cops. Like when the building was burning, and we had to call the 911 to get dispatch for firefighters and police to help make sure that doesn't spread out of control. The 2 or 3 times there were active shooter situations in the neighborhood and we had to call the police. The times where we're pointing at Venezuela or we're pointing at, let's just call it Venezuela, and going, hey, most of the problems are coming from that country right there. Most of the problems are coming from that unit. We need your help, police, to get them the fuck out of here because they're letting pit bulls out and they're bringing junkie zombies who are robbing us blind. It's very similar to how the police will either work with you to keep your neighborhood safe and effective, or to keep your nightclub, your music venue safe for the people inside. No, I don't want to get harassed by the cops if I'm not doing anything to deserve it. No, why would anybody want that? Nobody wants anyone breathing down your neck. It's just like, leave me alone. Most people want to be left alone. Marion says, take the doors off your house and invite and pay for all those people yourself. I don't want them here taking our hard-earned money. Yeah, I mean, are they just going to join us when we go to Applebee's from now on? We got to drop another $24.95 for this. Who the fuck is this guy? Well, he's like a human, man. And like, there aren't borders. You can't like have a border, man. It's like a potato. No one owns a potato, man. It's another Homer Simpson reference. You can't like own a potato, man. Yeah, just all of a sudden, some dude, I gotta buy him a nice used car. What? Why? Well, he needs one. Come on, America's had it too good for too long. Take him down a few pegs, huh? Bro, like everyone I know is fighting to make it. Who's living high on the hog? We're all just trying to. I set up shop every day. I open the guitar case and I start playing songs. Based on the generosity of people that enjoy it, because YouTube will barely let me get ad revenue over there. It's all Rumble rants and super chats and Patreon monthly subscriptions, and it's all just, if you like the songs that are playing, toss something in the open guitar case. What if I was out there playing and people kept reaching in and just stuffing their pockets like you're an illegal alien invader on Halloween when it says take one piece of candy and you dump the whole thing in, allegedly. Yeah, Marion's like, I didn't invite you here. Don't take my money. You don't get to go eat at Applebee's. I don't need to go buy you a pair of shoes at Target. I can barely buy shoes at Target. I got my own budget to worry about. What are you telling me? Also, you could have told me that one of my ring lights was off this whole time. That's happened on occasion. I think we got it fixed now. Let me illuminate the situation. So yeah, I don't know. Look, Nick, if The criminal element of the illegals is greatly exaggerated. Okay? Every single one must walk outside and check in with the bouncer. You don't have the neon green wristband. You snuck in. Walk over here. Oh, well, that's a hassle for them. Oh, is it a nuisance for them to walk outside of the place that they just broke into? Oh, well, let me roll out the red carpet. You walk out this door and there'll be red carpet to the front door then. We will pay for your flight out. You can submit your paperwork, do a full criminal background check. If you'd like to come back and work this job and you want to live at this place and you don't have a criminal history, you're not on welfare stealing our fucking money. And then, hey, psst, as a kickback, make sure you vote Democrat. Remember, we're the ones that brought you in here all the way up on that migrant chain for 14 days and hopping on a train and going through the jungles and stepping over dead bodies because Lord knows how many women and children were abused on this path of narco terrorists. Vote Democrat. No, don't vote Democrat ever. Good people in debt to human traffickers known as Democrats. That's not a good system. That's a system that just doesn't work. Do I believe many of those people are harmless? I believe that some of those people could be harmless, yes. Are they actual good people? There is, without a doubt, going to be some good people who sneak into a movie theater without buying a ticket. Doesn't mean they don't get noticed and escorted out, and they have to come back and buy a ticket. Well, why do they have the right to charge for a ticket? Someone has to pay the ticket taker. Someone has to pay the lady with the popcorn if she presses the button with that fake oil shit, the fake butter. I need to start bringing my own fake butter to a movie theater. I do try to actually go to movies a couple times a year. I think it's good. It's a good experience, even though Hollywood's trash. Oh, why don't they get to be on welfare? Man, come on. People that are already here could use some assistance. Not somebody else jumping up in front and grabbing the candy before. Right, there's no candy in the. Yeah, that guy just took it all. And by the way, he doesn't even live in our neighborhood. Someone bust him in here with fake signs to yell around, walk around and block traffic and cause a big problem and then steal our candy. Nope. Hard pass. Denied. So if there's a fast track system to identify every illegal alien invader, you give them a purple card. Maybe they can never be a citizen and their children can never be a citizen. But they're allowed permanent residency in this country. If there's a workforce need for it, if they're generally producing more than they're taking, I'm open to these conversations. But it's not just there's no rules and everything goes and come in here speaking 1,000 different languages, huddle in these little tiny communities, then put up leaders that are just going to oppose Trump and try to steal more from this country, yell at Doge and firebomb Tesla because he's going through the books and going, you guys have been robbing us blind for decades. For decades. And it's not just that they robbed us blind and that the pantry's empty. They stick you with, you open the mailbox and there's a credit card bill for $38 trillion. Who the fuck signed up for a $38 trillion credit card? I didn't. You didn't. Did you? No. The Democrats want you to pay that. Where's your fair share, bub? Come on, bub. So, yeah. Criminal element of the illegals. You said it. Danette, Lord knows the government wouldn't actually release the Epstein files because every single person in authority is a part of it. Let's see what happens with Bill Clinton. You see that they've done the same thing that Steve Bannon and the Clintons have done the same thing that Steve Bannon. And I should check out my footage on Real America's Voice. Was that last May or 2 Mays ago now? It all blurs together. I don't know. 2 Mays ago. Wow, a year and a half? It's insane. Got to report in the Bronx at a Trump rally on Real America's Voice with Posobiec, and Bannon used several clips on the opening for his show. But Steve Bannon didn't show up for a subpoena. Neither did Peter Navarro, and they were both jailed. So is the same going to happen to the Clintons? There's a good question of the day. Should the Clintons be jailed for refusing to show up for their subpoena? Just like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. We were there in Milwaukee the day Peter Navarro was released. We were standing right behind. We caught the brief encounter. A Fox reporter was interviewing him in the lobby, so we filmed it, and he took off afterward, but we caught that. Should the Clintons be indicted? Should they be arrested for not showing up on the subpoena? Will anyone be held accountable? I mean, the Clintons, are they untouchable? It sure feels like they're being mightily protected here. Oh, man. Danette says, Lord knows how many of those what do they call them? Unaccompanied minors. Yeah, the anchor babies, the chain migrants, the bait, the trap. Won't somebody think of the children? It's another Simpsons reference. To just hand your kid off or to be coerced to do it. That's the other part. The bullies. To hand your kid off to get abused over and over. How many of them were ushered over by the human traffickers to be used by the Epstein people or whoever these people are, if they are even people? You're right. I want all of that to stop. And that stops by shutting down the border completely and making sure everyone without a wristband has checked in at the front desk. I don't want anyone shot. I don't want to break their arms or break their kneecaps or something. Nope, I don't want any of that. But if you're going to sneak into my club and become belligerent and attack me, I have a right to self-defense. And that's how I view the ICE agent. You're in our country. We have every right with like this within these parameters. This is our stuff to patrol. Like, we are the shepherds looking after the flock. We are the internet dads. Yeah, I don't want any of this human trafficking stuff happening. And the way you do it is you check in with everybody. You get to the bottom of the cartels. You get to the bottom of it. Because a lot of these nice people, Nick, that you I believe you said a majority or vast majority or a big percentage are actually nice people. Yep, cool. Yeah. And that's why I would say, you don't rough people up on the way out. If you don't have a wristband, you got to go, and you go now. But how many of these people are indebted to the cartels? Like, they have to either sell their bodies on webcams or something gross. And you got people collecting, like the mob, paying protection money. Or in some sort, you're stuck in chained in a basement, or you're in some sort of home where you're not allowed to leave. It's just all sorts of bad. It all needs to be identified and rooted out. So I am open to hearing a plan. How would you advise getting every single person who snuck into the movie theater to go to the front door? That's my question. That's my question. Oh, yeah. I mean, everything. Yeah. What's important and distraction. And of course. There's shiny intentional distractions. Then there's just cost benefit analysis. Anything you do is at the expense of something else that you're doing. The shows that I do are at the expense of me doing something else with that time. It's a cost benefit analysis. So yeah, anytime something comes up that takes our attention into one place, that's where we're at. It could all be an intentional distraction, a false flag, many different ways to say versions of that phrase, but an act of distraction. I don't know. But I know the Democrats are desperate to distract from their terrible track record and the fact that the American people loathe them. They currently sit around 17% approval. They don't have a vision for the future. Nick, you were saying that you think that's the opposite, that they have a really good vision for the future. I couldn't disagree much more than I do on that. All right, let's roll through X here. Friendly reminder at the top of the hour, We are playing the guitar on the street corner. If anyone appreciates the show, consider tossing something into our Rumble rant or YouTube super chat. Thank you very much. And this is the link to our Patreon page, talking with Mr. John B. Wells, talking God, Trump, Biden, Deep State, and World War III. Check that out. It's pinned at the top of our X feed. All right, well, we got more because the Democrats keep pushing for this, and the awfuls, the affluent, white, female, liberal, decided they want to do this again. I don't know. Let's see who's inside. I don't know. New shocking video shows an illegal alien invader ramming agents with a...
Come out of the car. Come out of the car. Come out of the car. Open the window. No, he's in Mercedes. He's good to go. Let me come out the way. Lower the window.
Watch out behind you. Watch out.
Doing it again. This is horrible strategy. This is very bad. Again, they're being arrested and they're evading arrest, running a multi-thousand-pound weapon at people.
Holy
smashing into
watch
one
out in front of
vehicle.
you. Watch out in front.
Trying to... Didn't work. Now gunning it forward. Now the agent gets his pistol.
Cut it off. Cut it off. Now. Cut it off. Turn off the car. Cut the car. Cut off. Come out of the car. Come out of the car.
All right, right there, right there. Nick, he's aiming his weapon at the driver, who's now used their vehicle multiple times to smash into other people. Is this a proper use of force? I say yes. Except they waited too long. They should all have that tool that pops out a window. You know, that little diamond bit, you pop it, it shatters to glass. They should have done that quickly and got inside that vehicle. That weapon needs to be deployed faster than the firearm. I wish they would have acted faster. But this person's still getting arrested, and instead of getting arrested, they're putting the lives of everybody around them in danger. That's a them decision. They are making that decision, not ICE. I don't see ICE as the bad guys here because they're enforcing the law with this illegal alien. When the cops say stop, stop. You want a 100% chance of living to your next day? Don't ram an ICE agent with your vehicle. It's not complicated. But I guess that's the different part. Nick says, I don't see it as a huge problem. That's your answer. I couldn't disagree more. Every single person that I don't know must walk to the front of the club and identify yourself, pay your cover charge, and we're going to run a check to make sure you haven't been banned by someone else. If that's not a big problem with 40 million illegal alien invaders, not to mention the Islamists, not to mention well, you got the Palestinian supremacists, you have the Jewish supremacists, you have the Ukrainian supremacists, the Russian supremacists. I think we should just start calling everybody a supremacist for their team. Shut up that whole white supremacy slur already. It's only used in one context. You rarely hear about black supremacist, Asian supremacist. But every group does prefer their group. They've had plenty of people in their life sowing seeds of mistrust for generations of trauma for this reason or the other. Everybody's got that. That's not unique to any one group of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people here that we have no idea what their intent is. And if they are good people, they've had a year to self-deport, raise your hand, and try to do this the right way. If they haven't done it after a year, what do you expect? I mean, what are we supposed? It is a massive problem. And we are in the middle of a world war. Make no mistake about it. There is a global invasion trying to take over the narco cartels in Mexico, the illegal alien invaders in Canada, like you're seeing spread across Europe in a caliphate, amongst other things, while Russia, Ukraine threatens nuclear war, while Palestine, Israel continues to be a problem. I guess I haven't heard much about it lately. Iran. God, we haven't even been talking about Iran, let alone Venezuela. Venezuela, who may or may not have participated in the totally legitimate vote of 2020. Marion says, yes, it's a proper use of force. Give me a break. Well, yes, I wasn't arguing otherwise. You know, I just think he waited a little too long.
All right, here with reaction, ICE Director Todd Lyons. Todd, I mean, if that doesn't educate the public about these ramming incidents, I don't know what else will, on top of what happened. You know, previously, we now have 3 in recent days.
They keep pushing for this stupidity. It has to stop.
Very dangerous now. Do you tie a lot of this danger to the rhetoric of people like Tim Walz, who compares ICE to Gestapo?
Yeah, Sean, unfortunately, when we hear elected officials calling upon individuals to impede or obstruct, ICE law enforcement operations nationwide, you're going to see incidents like this. And that was a video you're probably not going to see on mainstream media, right, that actually shows exactly what's happening. You saw the officers and agents attempting to apprehend a criminally illegal alien, and there they are using their weapon, using their car as a weapon. The lead vehicle, the ICE vehicle, the gray one that was struck, that officer had to go to the hospital with neck injuries. And every day, Sean, this is what the men and women of ICE are facing. It's constant impediments, constant attacks like this. And, it's not safe for my folks. It's not safe for the public. It really needs to stop.
What do you make of these groups that have instructions on how to confront and basically fight with ICE agents? They call it a micro-antifada, and I can go into all the details of it. I'm sure you're closely aware of it. But we're talking about a strategy laid out by groups of people to make your jobs harder and obstruct justice. Should those people be arrested?
100%, Sean. Any law enforcement officer will tell you, it's a constitutional right, go out there and protest. But when you have organized criminal gangs, which these are, that are organizing these groups to, again, impede or obstruct law enforcement operations, lawful law enforcement agents, enacting the laws that Congress has written, that's a criminal act. And I will tell you that Homeland Security investigations, my folks, the FBI,
Very criminal act.
We're investigating these, and people are going to be held accountable because you
I keep
can't
hearing about accountability. Where is it?
Groups to go out and impede law enforcement. It's a criminal act, and we have to act swiftly to cause this from spreading.
Do you have a response to Philadelphia's DA threatening to prosecute ICE agents, which, by the way, is not constitutional? But putting that aside, do you have a response for that DA?
Sean, what I'll say is the men and women of ICE, the men and women of ERO, the men and women of HSI, they're not committing any crimes. So he doesn't have to worry about arresting any of my folks because
but they're threatening it.
We're doing is we're enforcing the law. We are out there every day
checking IDs and making sure you're not on the do not serve list. That's basic, man. I don't want to get into it doesn't need to be much more complicated than that. It just doesn't.
In this nation, in his city, safe again. So he shouldn't worry about the men and women of ICE. What he should worry about is the sanctuary policies that have these criminal aliens go back into his neighborhoods and commit heinous crimes like fentanyl trafficking, human trafficking, rape of a child. He should focus on those and let law enforcement do law enforcement work.
All right, Director Lyons, thank you.
All right. Danette says, I'm a Mexican supremacist. Yeah, with a last name like Robles. El Jefe. She's the boss. She's a Mexican supremacist because she loves Taco Supreme from old Taco Bell in the 90s when it was just kangaroo meat. Oh, my God. We're off the rails. No, but speaking of off the rails, see, I disagree completely. Danette, you said in that instance, Renee Good was trying to avoid hitting the cop. She hit the cop. I don't give a shit what she was trying to do. She was trying to impede a federal investigation, block the road, and instigate. Her and her partner were saying, come at me, come at me, come at me. Like trying to pick a fight. That's aggression. That's a fight. That's multiple felonies, blocking the road. You don't get to do any of that. Well, she was trying to get away. Maybe. You don't get to get away by plowing through an ICE agent. I watched him get hit 4 times. 1 or 2 angles. You got to watch the feet on one of them. You got to watch kind of just the totality of how fast that vehicle moved and how his body was hit and bounced off of it from the long range. And then from the hand camera, you hear him. Pop, pop, pop. It all happened in 1.5 seconds. Spins the tires like on a cartoon, takes off, hits him. He goes, pop, 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 as he's falling backward while being hit. Like, that's That's self-defense. Marion says she was impeding for 3 or so minutes, and the cops had already told her to get out of her car. I agree with you, Brian. Thank you. And it's not agreeing with me. It's just agreeing with the video. We're watching one movie, but 2 movies are playing on the same screen. I guess if you're trying to make ICE the bad guy every time, you can find a way, but not really. If I wanted to try to instinctively make Kyle Rittenhouse the bad guy, okay, I could enter the story thinking that way. But if I'm going to analyze the video, I'm like, this guy had more trigger discipline than John Wick. This was incredible. This dude was getting attacked multiple times, and he defended himself, and he only defended himself at the exact moments that he had to. All of us have a right to self-defense. Any true libertarian has to see these self-defense cases for these officers. It's the same standard. And I guess this is maybe where I would like to, and guys, I do appreciate this because I don't know how confrontational it's going to get with Dan Johnson on the show. He's been on several times over the 15 years. I think he says my show was the first show he was ever on. I know John Odermatt with Lions of Liberty says that. I think Dan Johnson might say that too, because he reached out and I'm like, yeah, let's talk. So I don't know like what tone and tenor we're going to have when we talk. But that's a very significant point. The same self-defense rights of law enforcement are the same rights that we are allowed. And if you just want to string cops up because they're cops and I don't like pigs, I got arrested once or twice. Yeah. When you got arrested once or twice, is it possible you might have played a role in getting arrested? Is it possible that our decision-making might have played a role in it? Maybe not completely, I can put some blame around, but maybe a little bit of blame on most of the time a lot of people can go their entire lives without any interaction. And there's other times things are, you end up in the middle of a misunderstanding. And there's times that you're unfairly treated. There's a wide swath of interactions. But I think this is an argument I want to, or at least a point of contention. Let's not call it an argument. But I think a point that I would like to raise with Dan when he's on Thursday at noon. That'll be. I'm looking forward to it. It's been a long time coming because, like I've said here to Danette, to Nick, and whatever. It's like, well, I get that you don't think it's a big problem, but it is. So, what is the plan to deal with it? Okay, well, if it's not a big problem, there doesn't need to be a plan. Well, that's just simply unacceptable. So, this is the plan. If you don't participate in the plan, this is the plan that you get. I'd like to maybe take the plan and do as much as we can to make sure that the policies are the best types of policies possible. How can we get 40 million people to raise their wrist? Here, Nimbus, don't sit on the computer button. Thanks. Here, let me do this, Nimbus. Here. I got to move my cat here. Can I try it this way? Here. Here, I'm trying to show you that I move the... There you go. Now you can just lay down right here while we talk. Sweet guy. I'm an animal advocate. I've once again, by the way, called on Amazon. I've specifically requested that one of their PR professionals contact me to do a story on Piper the cat, the Siamese cat that was stolen by their Amazon driver, third-party contract. I'm an animal advocate. May we all be so lucky to love an animal and to be loved by an animal. And to have the daily frustrations of trying to work with an animal. Nimbus is great, but man, he's also the Tootsie Roll, Tootsie Pop owl sometimes, man. He gets a little aggressive. But I think the same self-defense rights that our police officers have, that our ICE agents have, they apply to us. And, in the extreme libertarian stance, it's like, well, yeah, you're only okay with it because that's your team. No, you're only okay with it now because your enemies are getting some justice. And it's not cool when anyone does. But that's the same type of goofy bullshit that said defund the police. Yeah, that's a great idea. No, in my community, in these big blue cities, when you have one or two areas, one or two groups, one or two houses, one or two people causing a mountain of problems for everybody, We deserve the respect to get that motherfucking troublemaker out of our fucking faces. We have the right to go about our days unmolested, unbothered, unharassed, not criminalized, we shouldn't have to live like that. So I just look at the footage from as many places as I can. Like I said, I did a 15-20 minute deep dive on it. And it was that last video that really put a lot of it. I said it was done. I had it figured out when there was the long range camera and you saw the guy get hit by the car, pop, pop, pop. Like, yeah, the lady did it to herself. And I don't want to see it happen again. But if we don't change our policies, you know. Yeah, disagree. You're one screen and two movies are playing. You said that lady was trying to avoid hitting him. Doesn't matter if she was trying to avoid, she failed. She fucking hit him. You hear impact on the fourth video. He goes, ugh, pop, pop, pop. He goes, fucking bitch. And then she crashes. I've taken the time to watch these objectively. I can't be objective, but I can be. If there were different scenarios that the video, and here's the other problem. Imagine if we didn't have 4 camera angles. The leftists would be trying to spin it exactly incorrectly as they're trying to right now. They would be trying to spin it the same way. Michael Brown, he's a gentle giant, or go down the laundry list. Everything is spun. I'm just looking at what I can and piecing it together. And I think we have a right to defend ourselves if someone runs into us with their car. You die instantly with a vehicle. I know several people who have. That was definitely, whether she tried to avoid it or not, I'll even grant her that. But that was a terrible decision while being arrested to try to flee. I don't care what she tried to do. She put that officer in jeopardy, and he defended himself. She had no right to do that. That's how I see it. Marion says, well, yes, there's 2 videos playing on the same screen. I see that she was not obeying. Being arrested, get out of the car, get the fuck out of the car. She was told multiple times. And her significant other filming to try to get a martyr moment that could be used against MAGA to make ICE look like Gestapo. Like they're rounding people up and just on the side of a ditch, like in some communist country, and just shooting them all in the head. They all go into the ditch. And you give the next batch of slaves, prisoners, chain gang. Now fill in the ditch. Now go dig another ditch. Now stand by it while I shoot you. And then the next batch will dig your hole too. It's not what ICE is doing. To save the outrage for when it really matters. And it doesn't in this case. Because it wasn't there. The data seemed to clearly show from 4 different angles that idiot made idiotic decisions. The partner felt instantly culpable, responsible. I'm the one that brought her here. Why were you using real bullets? Bitch, this isn't a video game. Are you kidding me? No, police are supposed to use Nerf, super soakers. I don't know. Marion, obey the law, period. You cringe at FAFO. Why is it cultist to just have like a 4-letter acronym that just cuts to the point of it? Did something super stupid, instantly paid the price. That's all that means. And it's like, once the adults have taken the time to watch every single camera angle imaginable to break this down, when you can summarize it with FAFO, don't FA is the reason FAFO is talked about. It's a reminder to everyone, don't FA. Don't mess around. And you won't find out. That's the shocking secret. Your doctors don't want you to know this, but there's a secret to avoiding being killed by ICE. Don't run into them with your vehicles. I think they have a 100% track record. 100%. Anyway, so I don't know if you have to cringe at that. All right. Yeah, we said Democrats need to stop teaching people to put themselves into unnecessary harm. That's my message. Can we agree on that? Or maybe we don't agree. Danette, Nick, I'm specifically looking in your direction. I'll take Marion's chiming in as well. Patriot War saying, where's the video of the wife? Where was that taken? Where is it? Is it hidden? I like that comment where it says, well said, Brian. But like I say on every comment, if you say well said, can you tell me what, like, are we talking about a Norm Macdonald quote? Did I say something interesting? Is it a clip that I just played by the Border Patrol agent with Hannity? What was well said? Put it in one comment thread so I can understand. I don't know what was well said because I like feedback of all kind, really. Okay. Somali-owned daycare in Columbus, Ohio.
And now if I just fill this out, I can bring it back today?
Yeah, you actually take it to the broker. Yeah.
Can I pay privately? Like with cash, US dollars?
Looks like a totally legitimate daycare.
Or is it only welfare?
Yeah. We just take it to welfare.
Okay, what if I don't have welfare? Okay. Okay, yeah, let me know. Because I don't know if I'll qualify for welfare. Thank you.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
I know you, man.
How you doing, man?
How you doing, man?
Good to meet you.
What's up, man? I see you everywhere going every day, man.
Me? No, that's not me.
Come on, my nigga. I know you everywhere, man. But do me a favor, though. Don't record my kids, man.
What are you talking about?
Like, do me a favor. Don't record my kids, man. Because I know you.
I see you everywhere. I know you. I think this guy thinks every white person looks the same. That's an interesting thing. He calls him my N. I thought that's a word that's so harmful and painful. We should never utter it under any circumstance, except when they use it all the damn time. And I wish we'd never have to hear it if it's allegedly such a painful word.
Man?
I'm doing good.
I know you, man.
How you doing, man?
How you doing, man?
Good to meet you.
What's up, man? I see you everywhere going every day, man.
I see you everywhere going to every daycare, man.
Me? No, that's not me.
Come on, my nigga. I know you.
Come on, my N-word. That's an interesting thing to say to somebody of a different race.
Everywhere, man. But do a favor, though. Don't record my kids, man.
Although my contention is if you're going to keep using it, it just means dude. Doesn't mean anything. It just means, what's up, my dude? Nothing, my dude. Dude, please. Okay. So either it's a weaponized word or it's not. It can't be Schrodinger's word. It's the most hateful, harmful word in the history of the language. Also, what's up, my dude? Nothing, my dude. Dude, please. Can't be both.
What are you talking about?
He says, don't ever record my kids, man.
Do me a favor. Don't record my kids, man. Because I know you.
Who am I?
I fucking know you, man.
He claims to know him. He doesn't know him. He goes, I effing know you, man.
Who am I, though? I don't even know what you're talking
I'm
about.
calling you right now.
I'm trying to get care for my baby.
I don't give a fuck. You got no beyond no baby, man.
What are you talking about? You don't know if I got a baby or not.
Stop the bullshit, okay?
Stop the BS, okay? Yeah, this guy's really laying in.
My job's right there, okay?
Yeah.
I see you camera here. I just
My job is right there. Okay, so it's a worker there. I see your camera.
came up. You know what I'm saying?
You see the what?
Listen, I don't give a fuck what you got right now, bro. You feel me? I'm just telling you. If I
I don't care what you record right now. You feel me. What? You feel me.
see on your TikTok with my kids, I'm gonna come after you.
If I see you on your TikTok with my kids, I'm going to come after you.
You're gonna come after me? All right. How are we doing? One 1-year-old.
1-year-old with the heifer.
No welfare though.
But on the phone with Muhammad. Is that what she said the guy's name was? Does this look like a daycare? This looks like a back alley drug transaction.
So you guys take cash, right?
Rusty walls, prop door, barely that's not even a business sign. That's like a parking sign.
No, he said no.
You guys don't take.
Ooh.
I can only. You guys only take welfare? Only welfare.
Yeah.
So if I don't qualify, I can't get childcare with you guys?
We just take families with welfare.
Only families with welfare.
They only take families with welfare.
Are you recording?
No, this is. I mean.
He'll actually talk to you.
Hey, what's up, Mohammed?
Yes, bro. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Just trying to get some childcare.
Yeah, because if you don't have like the welfare, so
Yeah.
we got like co-payment.
Okay.
Because some people they don't have the welfare.
Yeah, like I don't know if I'll fully qualify. I think I can pay with cash though. Do you guys have cash rates?
Yeah, because we get a co-payment because you have first you have to apply the welfare. You know.
If I don't qualify, can I still drop JoJo here?
No, you because because they created for you. You know the case number.
Okay, that makes sense. All right, thanks, Mohammed. See you later.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you. Sorry.
1-star award winner. Wait, what? Why would that be a sign? 1-star award winner. Oh my God. What? Oh, maybe I was too close on that. No, I was on the right aspect ratio for it. Okay. Sorry, I gotta be my own producer, my own engineer, all the things. Love you, Nimbus. Thanks for hanging and joining. The audience loves you. You're one of their favorite parts of the show. Along with the way Daddy's so focused and never goes off topic. They call it the weave. They said, sir, you're kind of all over the place. Marion, fraud on top of fraud on top of fraud on top of fraud. Stop. David talking about a previous story saying people protesting this just shows how crazy people have become. There was another Scott Adams line that I heard. He said 90%, only 10% of people are rational, and that might be generous. We sort of see what we want to see sometimes, you know? Danette, you broke the cardinal rule. And by the way, I do appreciate every comment, but the cardinal rule is when Danette says, I could definitely agree. I don't know what that means. So in the same sentence before you hit send, I could definitely agree that I don't know what that's referencing. And I would like to know. The only reason I try to make it a rule is so that I can glance at that and understand what you meant by it, because I don't know what you meant. You said, I could definitely agree with Marion saying fraud on top of fraud on top of fraud on top of fraud. I would agree with that too, but I don't know. I'm just kind of guessing. Danette says, thank you, Brian. I agree with you on that. Okay, on that being, she continues. Good. Now I know what you're agreeing with. It was a terrible decision by that lady with her car. You don't think she was purposely trying to hit him. I could probably see that as well. I could definitely see that it's possible she was not intending to hit the officer that she hit while she was evading an arrest, on a legal arrest for blocking traffic and impeding a federal investigation, committing multiple felonies. Rob a bank, you take your getaway car, you're going through, you blow through an intersection, boom! Explode a bus full of nuns and foster kids. 17 lives gone because you were traveling 115 miles an hour down a side street and you blasted into the bus and it lit on fire and they all cooked alive inside. Well, he wasn't trying to hit them. Brian, he just robbed a bank, which is what these illegal aliens are doing. They're robbing the Bank of America. Not Bank of America, I just mean us. Every city budget. They're robbing us. Not all of them. Anyone that can. I would assume that most of the people who could rob us have been robbing us. Are they all? No, I'm sure there are some that snuck in here and they go, I'm just laying low, man. Don't get me on a system. I don't want to vote. I don't want to be on welfare. I don't want to steal your money. But you see these cases of the child care. It's like, are there even children, or you're just filling out paperwork to get money filtered back from your budget? You know, are these even real people? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, that is a great line, Kenneth. Avoid an arrest. Just deal with the rest. Yeah, anything, figure it out. You can deal with it. You don't need to flee and make this worse. Like, this is much worse. This is much, much, much worse. Kenneth wants to run Nimbus in 2028. I do feel bad. You told me the name of your cat yesterday, not like Coco or Kenneth's cat is called. You have 3 cats or 1 cat? Doggone it. I don't recall. My cat needs a running mate. Make your cat my cat's running mate, please. But back to Danette, though. I don't think she was purposely trying to hit him. Okay, and the guy who robbed the bank and on the police escape chase, blasted through an intersection, lost control of the car, went up on the sidewalk and mowed down 11 people. Well, he wasn't trying to do that. Why would he try to do that? Well, you think he has a death wish? No, he just wanted to run away and get off scot-free for the criminality before that. Yes, it's a continuation of the criminality, which is why you shouldn't be an asshole. You shouldn't be in ICE officers' faces fucking screaming at them. You make a tense situation where they're trying to conduct an operation to get rid of some really bad motherfuckers, and you're making it 1,000 times worse. It's a bad idea. I think there's a universe where I could look at that and say, I don't think she was necessarily specifically trying to hit him. She could just be a shitty woman driver. Too soon? No, I mean, you know, that's what I'm supposed to believe. She's just a shitty driver. She definitely blasted into the guy. I think that was obvious. That was your only point. And through us talking about this, like, we're okay. Maybe I can see your movie a little bit better. Maybe you can see my movie a little bit better on the same screen. We're watching the same thing. And it's like, are we talking past each other? Are the lines crossed? Are we, like I said, I don't have a dog in the, I don't like particularly give a shit other than common sense things that Roscoe, that's Roscoe. Roscoe's Chicken and Waffles. I got to remember that. Chicken and Waffles. Chicken and Waffles. Kenneth and Waffles. Chicken and Waffles. All right. Anyway, 1-star award winner. Future Learning Academy. All right. We'll see. Okay. Let me just take you on the Wayback Machine here real quick on the TNAM Daily Show. If you do enjoy the show, consider signing up for at least our free Patreon account, if not our $10 monthly account, as well as Rumble Rants, Super Chats, or Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. I'll put that up on the screen. I didn't do that yet. This is my tip jar. If you enjoy your time here, consider helping your boy out. All right, let me put the logo back up. Let's go into the Wayback Machine to 2016. Here's Obama's press secretary asked about reports that during immigration raids, ICE agents were storming into homes, going room to room looking for illegals, and making children tremble with fear. I thought only fascist presidents do that sort of thing. Why was the press so civil? Why weren't they crying or at least calling Obama a Nazi? How come nobody was shaving their head in protest? Surely there were a bunch of angry white liberal wine moms outside the building screaming at the top of their lungs, right? Always keep in mind how fake and performative this outrage is.
Josh, there have been reports that the Department of Homeland Security and ICE have begun removal operations, I think what they're calling it, others are calling it raids, against Central American families who came across the border illegally over the past year and a half. And some of the reports suggest that, families, the Los Angeles Times quoted a woman saying that her family in Georgia, ICE agents came in, looked room to room, woke up her own kids. They were shaking with fear. Wondering if the administration can confirm that those operations have begun and whether the White House has had input directly with DHS about how those operations should be handled and whether there are any concerns about striking fear into the communities, including those who may be here legally, living with some of these other folks as these are carried out.
Mm-hmm. David, for individual operations, I'd refer you to the Department of Homeland Security, and they can discuss with you individual operations that were carried out. What I can tell you is that the Department of Homeland Security has prioritized the cases of recent arrivals, individuals who recently crossed the border into the United States without proper documentation. And those, again, based on public statements, including a statement that was recently issued by the Secretary of Homeland Security, were the nature of the operations that were carried out over the last several days. This is consistent with the kinds of priorities that the president himself has talked about.
The president himself talked at all about, with the Department of Homeland Security, about sort of the way these operations are conducted and the tone that they're taking with, and the way that they look for the immigrants and round them up.
Well, obviously, in terms of setting policy, the White House and the Department of Homeland Security have had discussions about some of these
fascist
matters, but
bootlicker.
Ultimately, when it comes to enforcement issues, those are decisions that are made by law enforcement professionals.
All right. It's just law enforcement, and why not? If there's Mexicans, the Ukrainians, Palestinians, not Islamic supremacists. I don't want Islamic supremacists. You can be an Eagles fan all you want. You do not have a right to come here and compel me to root for your team. I don't need to care about your team, and I don't want anyone around me that's going to try to force me to care about your team. That is now violated the non-aggression principle. I am much more libertarian than I think you people give me credit for. I hope history will serve me right. Defending the right of the ICE agent to use his weapon in self-defense protects your ability, should someone gun a vehicle at you and hit you, in the real world, should you squeeze off 3 trigger pulls in self-defense in a moment that happens real fast. I think that's a super libertarian take. I've been called a bootlicker. Okay. But it's possible that my brand of libertarianism, conservatism, republicanism, whatever you want, I don't know what it's called. Maybe my views aren't so extreme. Maybe they're not so wild after all. Maybe we do have a little bit more in common than we think, but I think the enforcement tactics that you're cheering on today, it's just because they're going after the other side. It will ultimately be used to get you. Ooh, that's compelling. That resonates in my soul. And I do mean that legitimately. I came off as mocking, but the more I finished the sentence, I didn't know where I was going with it, but I go, okay, wait. I'm not mocking that. I do legitimately want to put that out there that way, because the rights that you try to deprive law enforcement of to defend themselves against violent nut jobs who are risking the lives of the people around them because of their reckless actions, just like a bank robber busting through an intersection, hitting a bus full of nuns and orphans. Their reckless actions. If we're out and about and someone hits me with a car and I have every right to try to defend myself in that situation. I've had to bury 2 of my bandmates, one of which was run over by a vehicle, instantaneous expiration. I knew 6 friends, acquaintances, friends of friends. One girl. Should I tell that story? I couldn't think of a possible good reason to tell that story. Except that it was just so interesting. You ever have people in your life that just like the energy clicks? The energy's there. Whether you call it flirtatious or whether it's just like it unlock. I don't even, how do you describe it when the energy's there with somebody? It's not just attraction, physical attraction. It's like, it's more than that. It's like a powerful connection. Marion says, let's hear the story. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay. Sorry, I'm reliving a moment from a while ago. I'm like, does it make sense to tell this story? Is there any possible value here? Yeah, there was one person. I had a lot of encounters with this group. It was a group of friends and friends of friends. They had been over. They'd been to parties, and at one of the parties, I ended up. I really don't remember how it occurred. And I ended up at my party. We're talking a hot minute ago. Let me paraphrase. This person and I ended up in a spot together privately. And she looked at me and I looked at her, and like there's like a tension there. Yeah, like one of those kind of like you can just feel it. Like you feel like an energy. And the comment was along the lines of, "Are we gonna hook up?" And my reply in that moment was a very deep sigh, a very deep breath, probably a lot of blinking, and an answer of another time, another place, another time, another place. I don't believe at that time I was a free agent, but whew, yeah. And that person was taken from this earth in a vehicle. Vehicles kill, just like a gun can. Vehicles do. Vehicles kill more, right? Each year. Anyway. Yeah, see, there was no point in telling that story other than me walking down memory lane. And it's like that was a cool person. That was someone I had a connection with. Like they were funny, they were cute, they were a great person. I liked them. Not in that way. We did not like each other in that way. Could have. But in another time, another place. And I don't know that phrase, another time, another place. Yeah, check out Mike Barra on yesterday's episode of TNAM Daily Show, the Agree to Disagree Show, where we talk about Eric von Daniken, the Ancient Aliens legend passing, and we briefly talked about Scott Adams. But yeah, Mike's into all the woo-woo stuff. And it's just same with me. Like I'm infinitely curious on the soul. Is there some sort of reincarnation cycle? What happens when we leave this plane? But he said, yeah, something like, well, he's like, I know we had to have crossed paths. We had to have been business partners or, family of some sorts in a previous existence. And when shit hit the fan, I'd be like, all right, I want Engelman on my team. Go make a call to Engelman, bring him over here. Let's go. And it's like, it's interesting. All of you in the chat, like maybe we were all connected somehow. At this phase, it's, you're the regulars here in my bar. I'm just the bartender who can't stop talking during the shift, making the time pass. You're all working and bebopping in and out and doing things, coming back, checking comments. It's great. It's a hang. It's a hangout. And I think that's what a lot of people, Greg Gutfeld talked about, how Scott Adams' show was, it was the best show online because it was just a hangout. It was him and his cat. That shit hits me hard. Like on the intro for the Agree to Disagree show today, Mike Cernovich, I believe Cernovich was on an episode with Coffee with Scott Adams in the past week or two, I think, or they were trying to get him on. I don't know if I got to go back and watch a few because the last week were tough for me to watch just as he was deteriorating that way. Cernovich was there. Joel Pollack. Joel is like writing the book about Scott Adams. Joel is the guy we filmed at the 2016 Republican convention the day that Milo Yiannopoulos was kicked off Twitter. That was like before that became fashionable. It was like, what? You can't just kick someone off Twitter. The things that you allow them to do to the worst of the people will eventually be used on you. So yes, if somebody's coming at you with a gun, I want you to be able to defend your life. And if we want to break it down frame by frame and say, well, the first shot might have been okay, but those last two, that was just murder. I mean, they should serve a life in prison for that. You're like, then you watch the fourth video and you realize it all happens in 1 second. And he goes, that's why you don't end up in situations like that. Stupid prizes. FAFO. It's not cringe. It's shorthand. Someone does something stupid, instantly suffers stupid consequence. It's self-inflicted. I think that just really summarizes self-infliction. But yeah, I was just starting to say that, cars have taken some people close to me. They're definitely weapons for sure. But yeah, Joel Pollack is very close with Scott. We interviewed Joel that night at the 2016 Republic. Come on. Come on. Come on. Up. Come on. Yeah. I got a show to do. Come on. Yeah. You know, okay. Maybe Nimbus. You don't want me to pick you up? I won't. Okay. I don't know what he's asking for. Yeah, like I know these guys. I've met them, and I'm a fan of their work, and we've crossed paths. Charlie Kirk's in the intro to a fucking show. That one hit. Scott Adams knew Joel Pollack from Breitbart, and safe travels, David, in your vehicle. Don't use it as a weapon, and I assume you'll make it home alive. I think. Yeah, there's a lot of overlap here. People that I've crossed paths with, and the senior editor for Breitbart, Joel Pollack, who's I think going to write the Scott Adams documentary or the book or something. He got strong-armed and bullied by the producer of a Daily Show segment trying to make fun of the gay Republicans for Trump, an event that they were putting on. And did Nimbus just brush up against me? Where is he? What is going on? Man, I definitely felt a phantom cat there on my leg. Yeah, he got strong-armed. Like, he got pushed into. He's like, man, you get your hands off me. Like, we're in a public space. I have every right to film you filming them because you're going to chop up their conversation to try to make them look stupid. I know what you do, and you're not doing it here. We filmed that, and we ended up on the front page of Drudge Report the next day. The very top story, the very first video. I think it was the first video. It was our video. I think Blake might have filmed that. I think Blake filmed that. So there's just a lot of overlapping stuff here that, you know, I know these people. And it hits home. And when you hear, I think on Gutfeld, he was saying like, it was just the best show. Like it was just him and his cat hanging out, doing the show. Just, it's a hang. It's a daily hang. I've been doing 15 years of shows, and I've been doing this daily show for a while. And it is a daily hang while we try to figure out what's going on in the world, you know, and it's an ongoing conversation. Gravy here reminds us, friendly reminder for the Democrats. We wouldn't have ICE on the streets if you respected our law. All you had to do was not let in 30 million illegals. Take your pity party elsewhere. This is an interaction I see a lot of people sharing back and forth. Let me see if you can hear it where I don't have to explain it. ICE agent versus an awful. Is it an awful and angry white, or is it angry white or affluent white? AWFL, white female liberal.
I don't care what they told you. If you guys get in my way, I will arrest you.
Sir, we're just observing. Please calm down.
You can observe all you want.
I am observing. Do you see
back.
me in the way? I am back.
You had anger issues as a kid, didn't you? Were your parents present? You should be ashamed of yourself, man.
He is.
You should be ashamed. They're just out here harassing these people. They're fucking around. They're fucking around. So they're provoking all of this shit. Like, you can't start the fight and then claim self-defense. That's the other part of self-defense law you have to figure out. You can't really start the fight and then claim self-defense. Or at least it gets super murky if you're the aggressor and then you claim to be a victim, which is what the left is trying to do here.
I love my job. Thank you.
I love my job. Thank you.
Your job?
I can't believe I get paid for this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get 200.
I do this for free. I mean, he's a shepherd for our flock, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate my door guys.
For this.
Really?
I do this for free.
Really, I get 200K. I'm a physician assistant.
How long did you go to school for that?
Over 7 years.
I went to high.
She starts bragging that she makes $200,000.
$200K. I'm a physician assistant.
I'm a physician assistant.
How long did you go to school for that?
Over 7 years.
I went to high school. And I make 200K.
People regard me as someone valuable in society.
I went to high school and I'm making 200K. It's a funny line.
What about you? Is yours says prestige? No. Come out and report if you can. I could go.
Anyway, it's just a viral interaction that's going around. Are they really making 200? Crazy Flicks wants to show us and remind us this here. There we go. Remember, Charlie Kirk was shot and killed for expressing his opinion and encouraging debate. Democrats celebrated. Remember all that? This lady was shot and killed for using her vehicle as a weapon against an ICE agent. And Democrats are outraged and mourning her death. Interesting how that works. Totally peaceful guy who was not FAing, and he was executed. Of course, here's a reminder to watch Strictly Football. Season 2, Episode 26. Myself, Mike Barrett, Jim Mitchell, Ezra L. Robinson. That's Strictly Football on the Unhappy Hour here on the New American Media. The user interface for reality. Maybe this is how I'm going to end the show today. Not at this particular second, but I am going to sort of buzz through a few other things. And I'll end on the user interface for reality. I think that's what I'm going to do, because Scott wasn't just a pundit. He wasn't just a cartoonist. He wasn't just an author. It was a mentor. It was an internet dad. It was a teacher. It was so many things. And I think this this piece here, maybe maybe I will play that. I think that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, Marion says, I think it could be angry white female unhinged liberal. Oh, unhinged. Okay, UL. Danette says, we are in a civil war already. We just don't know it. No, I've been screaming it for 15 years to anyone that'll listen. Once again, I'm not too far off from these anarcho-capitalists, not too far off from the libertarians. We've been sold out and back. It's a civil war, a revolutionary war, and a world war all rolled into one. And yeah, you're right. That is the point. They rile up both parties to the point that we would fight with each other. Yeah, it's someone dropping a scorpion and a tarantula into a terrarium, shaking it up. So there's that. All right, yeah, I will play Scott Adams, arguably Scott Adams' greatest live stream video ever. Yeah, I'll end the show on that. Let me get to some of the other things first. Matt Walsh says, to have monsters celebrate your death is not a bad thing. In fact, it's a tribute. Can it go side by side? It cannot. But to die and have no one either mourn or celebrate, to die and be forgotten, to die and have left no impact of any kind in the world, to have your existence add up to nothing in the end, that's the greatest horror. And it's the fate of basically every leftist who gloated over Charlie Kirk and gloats now because Scott Adams passed away. Gloat all you want. You pathetic nothings. We will not return the favor when you die because we won't know or care. You know, I think if Democrat support for that party that I call a domestic terrorist organization, if their support is 17%, I think close to 80% of this country's fucking had enough of the same tired shit they've been pulling for decades. Over it. The adults need to be in charge, and we need to fix these problems. That's how I see it. What is this? Yeah, so if you scroll the timeline, this is a conversation with Scott Adams in 1999 on the Charlie Rose Show. You should check that out. I won't play that one. And part of the Scott story is that he, tried to figure out what to do during COVID like all of us. And he ultimately made the decision that he was going to take it, and then he got this aggressive form of cancer. Was it connected? Was it not? I don't know. Mike Barrow raised the question, did he take the right protocol, the Fenben and the IVM and this and that, and this dose, that dose? I don't know. He said he did, and it didn't help him. Mike said he didn't do it long enough. I don't know. I don't know. It's sad. It's tragic. So the big story of Scott was that, here's Zach Voorhees. He says, I trolled Scott Adams through every step of his take the vaccine stance. And Scott would later say, I didn't say to take the vaccine. I said that I was going to take it. I made a decision based on me, and I did it. I didn't say you should. But like, you know, in ruminating on things, you'll have a lot of hours of conversation, and maybe you lean a little further toward it one way, one day. I don't know. But to me, it felt like he obviously decided to do it personally. Zach continues, finally, he made this video where he said that the anti-vaxxers were right on this. And then he gave me a follow. Rest in peace. So let me remind you, for anything health related or election related, you're an adult, but social media wants to act like you're not adults. So let me put this on the screen. For anything health or election related, go to cdc.gov, who.int, or visit cisa.gov/rumor control. Go get your countervailing views. I'm holding up a little play arrow toward my temple because I'm under duress to have to put something like this out there, because Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Meta, they want to act like you're a child and we can't have adult conversations about tough subject matter. And if we do, we can't earn any revenue off our video. We play all day in the guitar case. They take all our guitar. They take all of our quarters and dollars and $5 bills, man. You don't get to work today because you dared talk about, I don't know, health and elections, two of the most important fucking topics on earth. Ugh. Once again, that's why I cannot build a foundation of the New American Media's success, the TNAM Daily Show's success, without your support. Can't rely on advertisements on YouTube or Rumble. They're nice, but it really comes through on Rumble rants and Super Chats and Patreon, and thank you to everybody. But I'll keep this up here now while we talk about what Scott Adams is about to talk about. He's reflecting on a viral bombshell. Dr. Dawn Michael says 3 years ago he did this, and it hits deeper now after his passing from an aggressive prostate cancer. Deeply grateful for his courage in speaking out.
Completely. Right. Having said as clearly as possible that the anti-vax people seem to be the winners, I want you to hear that clearly. The anti-vax people appear to be the winners. The anti-vaxxers clearly are the winners at this point, and I think it'll probably stay that way. And I don't want to put any shade on that whatsoever. They came out the best. They have the winning position. The unvaccinated have a current advantage because they feel better. The thing they're not worrying about is what I have to worry about, which is, I wonder if that vaccination 5 years from now, because really the anti-vaxxers, I think, were really just distrustful of big companies and big government. That's never wrong. It's never wrong to distrust government. It's never wrong to distrust big companies, right? So if you just took the position, let's just distrust everything the government did, well, you won. You won. You won completely. I did not end up in the right place. Agree? You would all agree with that, right? I did not end up in the right place. The right place would be natural immunity, no vaccination. You should take victory, and I should take defeat. We can agree on that, right? That my position is now the weakest, and your position has gone from the weakest to the strongest, and that we can just say that's true. The people who didn't get vaxxed are absolutely in the winning position. You win. You win. You are the winners. You are the winners. All right, let me say that part with no ambiguity. You won. You won. All of my fancy analytics got me to a bad place. All of your heuristics, don't trust these guys, it's obvious, totally worked.
So yeah, the story of Scott is the story of how that played out. And this guy that trolled him, he's like, this guy gave me a follow. You know, I mean, your legacy continues and a mistrust of this stuff. Oh, Danette says your doctor, almost 15 years, quit seeing you because of that stuff. And then finally admitted you did the right thing. So yeah, the story of Scott is the story of the Vex. Very famously trying to figure things out. You know, we have every right to make our own decisions. And when people try to use coercion and force, you know, try to take center stage and make it all about them and change everything around. Yeah, great point, Patriot Warrior. Times like this, Scott, it sucks being a winner. Yeah, man. Do you know anyone that took the thing and then ended up with a turbo cancer? I do. Watched them deteriorate fast. Very sad. Left a large hole in a family. At least one. Do you know any? But that was Scott talking about his personal experience. And wokeness shows us the difference between how things are reported by, is this both from people? Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, austere religious scholar, at the helm of the Islamic State, dies at 48. Scott Adams, disgraced Dilbert creator, dies at 68. Right underneath that, Dilbert was pulled from wide circulation after Adams' racist rant in 2023. Yeah, you might have heard that. But I'll explain what that's about in a minute here. Geyer Capital says this is absolutely incredible. Listen to this interaction that the Supreme Court is having. Justice Alito back and forth with an ACLU lawyer. What is a woman? We are debating whether water is wet and the sky is blue, people.
Is it not necessary for there to be, for equal protection purposes, if that is challenged under the Equal Protection Clause, an understanding of what it means to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that definition? For equal protection purposes, what does it mean to be a boy or a girl or a man or a woman?
Sorry, I misunderstood your question. I think that the underlying enactment, whatever it was, the policy, the law, we'd have to have an understanding of how the state or the government was just understanding that term to figure out whether or not someone was excluded. We do not have a definition for the court, and we don't take issue with we're not disputing the definition here. What we're saying is that the way it applies in practice is to exclude birth-sex males categorically from women's teams, and that there's a subset of those birth-sex males where it doesn't make sense to do so according to the state's own interest.
Well, how can a court determine whether there's discrimination on the basis of sex without knowing what sex means for equal protection purposes?
I think here we just know we basically know that I think here we just know we basically know that that they've identified pursuant to their own statute.
Whew, painful. We do not have a definition of what it is to be a man or a woman, a boy or girl. Fisher King says, I've listened to Scott Adams for 10 years. When he announced his cancer diagnosis and imminent death in May, I was impressed by his stoicism, which he kept up to the end. This will be my last post on this because it starts to feel exploitative, but his words here are gold. No, it's not exploitative, man. I could talk about I don't even want to cover the news. Like I didn't yesterday. I barely feel like doing it today. I just kind of want to like, if you didn't know what this show was, it was more than you think it was, is sort of my point.
Well, if you didn't already know, I am unusually mentally tough. So while this could be much worse, for some people, I suppose, I'm handling it quite well. The pain is tough. I mean, really tough. But the mental part, I got that under control. And I can see in the comments that some of you are having a tough time with it. But remember, nothing lasts forever. Nothing lasts forever. So I hope you don't mind that I hid it from you. I wanted as many normal months as I could get. Well, if you didn't already know, I am.
So yeah. Mike Cernovich from the intro to our show says, a good man will be known by his enemies. What an honor to be smeared by the publication that covered up the Holodomor, hoaxed the nation into wars, and is considered the propaganda outlet of child traffickers. New York Times. Breaking news, Scott Adams, whose comic strip Dilbert was a sensation until he made racist comments on his podcast, died at 68. These assholes trying to sum people up with to try to define 1,000 things with an FAFO bumper sticker, especially when it's not properly defined. When it's misinformation, disinformation. Joel Pollack, who's in the intro to my show, he says, you will see a lot of fake news today describing how and why Scott Adams was canceled 3 years ago. If you want an accurate version of events, you should read his obituary at New York Post. The context was crucial and was often misrepresented or omitted deliberately by his opponents. So let's do that, shall we? Pop-up ads, get off of the screen. What are we doing? Dilbert creator. Oh my God. This will make me not ever come back to the New York Post if I can help it. It leaves in. Was this breaking news? Iran has issued a sickening assassination threat against Trump. This time it will not miss the target. Oh, okay. Dilbert creator Scott Adams, who foretold Trump's rise and diagnosed America's political sickness, dead at 68. I think it says a little something that his ex-wife came back and she's going to take over his estate. Here she is making the announcement.
Unfortunately, this isn't good news. Of course, he waited till just before the show started, but he's not with us right anymore. I'm going to try to get through this. He has a final message that he wanted to say, so I'm going to try to read it, trying to be strong. If you are reading this, things did not go well for me. I have a few things to say before I go. My body failed before my brain. I am of sound mind as I write this January 1st, 2026. If you wonder about any of my choices for my estate or anything else, please know I'm free of any coercion or inappropriate influence of any sort. I promise.
So, yeah, she appeared with him on a few episodes right before he passed. So, cartoonist, author, political commentator Scott Adams dies Tuesday after a battle with prostate cancer. He was 68. His ex-wife and caregiver Shelley made the announcement on Adams' live stream Tuesday morning. Unfortunately, not good news. I told you that. It says, if you're reading this, things did not go well for me. The message begins. I had a few things to say. So after speaking about Christianity, Adams' message said, for the first part of my life, I was focused on making myself a worthy husband and parent as a way to find meaning. That worked, but marriages don't always last forever, and mine ended it in a highly amicable way. I'm grateful for those years and the people I came to call my family. He was diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer in 2025 of May, dealing with the condition privately for some time before the public announcement, but noted that the cancer had progressed to stage 4 and spread to his bones. I talked to my radiologist yesterday. It's all bad news. Odds recovering essentially 0. I'll give you updates if it changes, but it won't. No chance I'll get feeling back in my legs, ongoing heart failure, making it difficult to breathe sometimes during the day. However, you should prepare yourself that January will probably be a month of transition one way or another. He was in hospice in his home in Northern California, only a few days left. Became famous through Dilbert, the comic strip that poked fun at corporate culture with keen insight into the absurdity, cruelty, and incompetence of management inside large organizations. In his last decade and a half, however, Adams' wide influence through his business advice and political analysis took over. 2013 bestseller, How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big, one of the most influential and entertaining business books of recent years. In it, Adams introduces the concept of using systems rather than goals to achieve success in life. He also advised readers to accumulate skills, a talent stack, rather than traditional credentials. 2015, Adams began commenting on politics after observing the first Republican presidential primary debate, when then candidate Donald Trump responded to moderators' question that accused him of mistreating women by interjecting, "Oh, is it only Rosie O'Donnell?" Adams took notice. Trained hypnotist, Adams predicted that Trump, then a huge underdog, would win the nomination and the presidency. That's a picture of President Trump with Scott Adams right there. Saying, sadly, the great influencer Scott Adams passed away. Fantastic guy who liked and respected me when it wasn't fashionable to do so. Bravely fought a long battle against a terrible disease. Condolences go out to the family and his many friends and listeners who will be truly missed. God bless you, Scott. I've never read How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big. I haven't read it. But I feel like I've been taking the courses from his shows all these years. Adams drew ridicule for this bold claim, but looked increasingly prescient as Trump dispensed with his opponents, the Republican establishment, and eventually Hillary Clinton. Adams used what he called the persuasion filter rather than judging whether political rhetoric was true or false. He simply evaluated it based on whether it was persuasive. And that's true. He often talks about, like, the left, they have some persuasion stuff that works. They got a bunch of terrible stuff, but a few things do work. The whole affordability thing, AOC being a worthy political candidate, even though she's a dope. I mean, even Nick in the comments is like, he thinks the left are making better arguments. I don't. But sometimes even Scott would point out that they're doing some stuff right. Often Scott would point out times that they were just off their rocker, like, oh, you wonder why you're losing. This is incredible. I don't want to give you any free advice, but are you kidding me right now? Type of stuff. I recently had a conversation with someone who said, yeah, the right is just better at being influential. They're better at how did the phrase come up? It was something like better at, the right is better at convincing people, or they make didn't say better arguments, but I don't know. I guess it's two movies on the same screen. What began as a simple blog post became a daily live video stream for Scott Adams. First on the now defunct Periscope platform, then on a variety of outlets, including anti-cancel culture Rumble, in which he had invested. Adams began each show by brewing fresh coffee, eventually called the live stream Coffee with Scott Adams, and it became required viewing or listening for millions of fans who poured their own mugs and tuned in at 10 a.m. for the simultaneous sip. While he excelled at explaining Trump's tactics to a growing audience of Trump-supporting fans, Adams was also interested in explaining how Democrats and the left-leaning media interpreted events. Yeah, he would watch all the goofballs and just break down what they're saying. And thankfully, because I don't want to do it. I really don't. I mean, that could go to what Nick was saying, that the right lives in an echo chamber. No. I'm aware of the awful ideas. I don't want to subject myself to the nonsense. I don't want to hear the known propagandists, the guys who have routinely and repeatedly continued lying to my face over these years. Take that countervailing views thing off the screen. Yeah, we watch news, so you don't have to. I don't want to sit and watch every goofball on CNN and MSNBC. I know they're out of their minds. I hear them plenty. Their arguments are awful. By and large, in general. Scott explained that the country is often watching 2 movies on one screen and argued with great empathy for his opponents. See, that's the part I'm trying to... That's why I booked Dan Johnson. That's why I'm engaging with Nick, Danette, all the other rabble-rousers. Miscreants. Is Miscreant you coming up or what? Dan, come on. All right. Nimbus just had a whole can of food for lunch. Good for you, buddy. Half and half. Okay, so the country watching 2 movies on one screen, arguing with great empathy for his opponents. That voters who felt genuinely frightened by Trump's ascent had been led into an emotional cul-de-sac by cynical leaders. There's no escaping this emotional cul-de-sac. You're stuck, and you can't admit that you're wrong. I'm saying this now. You're stuck. You can't admit that you're wrong, and you double down because you don't want to find out that you were on the wrong side. You bet on the wrong horse. You did, though, if you're trusting Democrats. Adams emphasized that he was not a Republican. I'm further left than Bernie Sanders, he reminded viewers. He even endorsed Clinton in 2016 for his own safety, he said. But he drew a conservative audience that soon included Trump's own advisors. In 2017, Adams published Win Bigly, Persuasion in a World Where Facts Don't Matter, in which he extrapolated the lessons of Trump's unlikely victory. He followed that with Loser Think, using his critiques of stale thinking in the media to teach positive mental habits. During the coronavirus pandemic, Adams added an evening swaddle in which he wrapped himself in a flannel blanket, offered advice for surviving lockdowns. One of his ideas was a concept he called the user interface for reality. Given that we can only see reality through our own individual filters, he explained, we can choose which filter to use. So yeah, maybe in the anti-cop filter, it's like, fuck these pigs. I hate the pigs. I don't like the police. Screw the police. Screw ICE. I like the Democrats now. I'm out on MAGA. I'm out on Trump. Like, yeah, okay. Or somebody propped the door open and 40 million people snuck in. We got to get them out. Thank you for doing that. Reversing this nonsense that nobody voted for with Obama, Biden, Mayorkas, Harris, borders are. Our filter of like, well, thank you, or how dare you. Some of that's a choice. Those are individual filters. Yeah, I will play the user interface for reality. I'm definitely going to do that. The Dilbert filter, for example, predicted incompetence. The Trump filter anticipated victory. It also anticipates that if there's a decision to make, Trump will choose the strongest option. It's almost always true. By adopting filters that guide us towards success, Adams argued we not only convince ourselves that success is possible, but we bend reality toward that outcome. So there's that. I think a lot of the Democrat ideology gets us caught in that emotional cul-de-sac, and you can't break out of it, and you start making excuses, you start getting angry, you start lowering your standards, you start getting very greedy, very vengeful, very spiteful, very retaliatory, very pious, very high and mighty. Democrats, by and large, don't really push a lot of God. They like the state to be God, and never shall the two mingle. While generally pro-Trump, Adams was critical of the president on occasion and also took unexpected political stances. When then San Francisco 49ers quarterback Colin Kaepernick began taking a knee for the national anthem in support of the fledgling Black Lives Matter movement, Adams supported him and admired the persuasive success of his protest. He even offered advice to leaders within BLM, notably New York's Hawk Newsom. 2023, he was accused of racism when he commented on a Rasmussen poll that stated only 53% of Black respondents agreed with the statement, "It's okay to be white." That essentially means 47% of Black respondents say it's not okay to be white. Adams quipped that it would be a good move, that it would be good to move away from people who felt that degree of hostility. He immediately found himself canceled. His comic strip dropped. His publishing contracts terminated. He began self-publishing his books, and he asked people to share personal stories. User interface for happiness and success. He shared intimate, often painful details of his life, losing a stepson to a fentanyl overdose in 2018. Suffering through divorce number 2 in 22 and fighting cancer. But yep, he embraced Christianity in his final days. While he would not divulge details about his faith, he confirmed his conversion in a final message that Shelley read on Tuesday's live stream, written by Joel Pollack. So, anyway, I think I've gotten my point across. You should check out a little bit more of his stuff if you haven't. I'll leave it at that. Is that fair? Nimbus is like trying to... Poor Nimbus. He's got his creaky bones. And he has such a hard time sitting. Scott says his body failed him. And Nimbus is strong. He's fighting. But, man, he's got some challenges. I don't know. I told you about Iran, allegedly 20,000 people butchered over there. Not good. We'll cover that more tomorrow. I'm not even sure what's trending. Not sure I really care. And I don't want to play the Gutfeld thing, but it's worth watching. 12 minutes of it. It's a good watch. Jay Plemons put this out here. Here's a good piece of advice. This is what I mean, like self-help. These are the types of reasons we kept coming back to Scott Adams. Like, is useful stuff to think about.
What if
helpful, useful stuff?
What if laziness is a habit of thinking about the cost of things or the effort instead of thinking about the payoff? I'm going to say it again to get a few more heads to explode. What if laziness is nothing but a habit of thinking about the effort instead of thinking about the outcome? What if you could reverse laziness by simply developing a habit of thinking more about the, let's say, the delicious food that you would like to enjoy instead of how long it would take you to get up and go get it? But the real question is, if you were to test this at home and try to see if you can think more about the good outcome and less about the work, would you get it done? Why is it that people have a second child? Why does a woman who goes through this awful, awful childbirth have a second child? Don't they always say the same thing? If I remembered how bad this was, I wouldn't do it again. Right? So the not thinking about the effort is vital to actually the survival of humanity. If we focused on how hard it was to have a baby, you just wouldn't do it, or you do too little of it. But if you focus on how awesome it would be to have a family, well, there you go. You're going to go through the pain because you've already committed. Am I ambitious, or do I simply have a thinking habit which produces dopamine because I'm thinking about the positive outcome? And is the dopamine the thing that gets me up and moving? And when you're observing me, you say, how the hell do you get so much done? And how do I do it? I think it's just this. I think it's just this. When I think of all the things I do, I think about them in terms of their benefits. So here's your tip. It's going to change some of your lives. Think about the positive, not about the work, and see what that does to you.
How about that, everybody? What if you think about the positive and not about the work? That's the key to avoiding laziness in certain areas of life. How's that sound? Useful stuff. Wings Over Scotland goes, I thought I'd go and see what this Scott Adams racist rant actually was, since I'd never heard about it. Turns out it accounted to stay away from people who hate you. Adams opens the episode of the online program discussing the presidential bid by Republican multimillionaire entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy. Then 13 minutes into the video, Adams began his screed by citing the results of a recent public opinion poll conducted by conservative-leaning Rasmussen reports. By telephone and online, they surveyed 1,000 American adults. Do you agree or disagree with this statement? It's okay to be white. 72% of respondents agreed, including 53% who are black. Some 26% of black respondents disagreed, and 21% said they are not sure. The poll also found 79% of the respondents agreed with the statement, black people can be racist too. This statement, it's okay to be white, has been repeated on right-wing websites and in speeches. The Anti-Defamation League has denounced it as a hate chant. Yeah, the Anti-Defamation League is an absolute scourge. Get away. Turns out nearly half of the team doesn't think it's okay, doesn't think I'm okay being white. Because I like to be on the winning team, he was identifying as black. He was always playing around with this stuff. All right, well, let's see it through. Let's see it through. Turns out nearly half of that team doesn't think I'm okay being white. I'm going to back off from being helpful to black America because it doesn't seem like it pays off, he said. I get called a racist. That's the only outcome. It makes no sense to help black Americans. If you're white, it's over. Don't even think it's worth trying. I'm not saying start a war, do anything bad, nothing like that. I'm just saying get away. He said get the fuck away, actually. Because, yeah, a majority of the 47% or 53, whatever the number was, half the people said it's not okay being white, that there's something wrong with you. You know, and sadly, that's the poison that the Democrat Party's been pushing on the country pushing on the world for decades. Democrats have been doing it unashamed, unapologetically. But it's a pretty good reason why you should stay away from that party. Get the fuck away from that party. So anyway, I don't know. I'll get to the news tomorrow. I just needed to have an appropriate day. There's all sorts of stuff in here worth watching. Reporter asks, if you propose defunding ICE, then how would you deal specifically with illegal immigrants who do have a criminal background? Look at this Pramila Jayapal on the right, looking like a Muppet.
So if you propose defunding ICE, then how would you deal specifically with illegal immigrants who do have criminal backgrounds in the U.S.?
Look, she shakes her head. No, you don't deal with them. It's just, you have to deal with it, guys. Like, you can dislike law enforcement all you want. I'm all about trying to improve practices and procedures, but they got to go. They got to walk out and come back in the front. We'll see what the Supreme Court does. There's a couple of, I don't know when the verdict will come in on. It should be 9-0. Not letting dudes beat up on women in sports. But we'll see how it comes out. All right, let's finish today's show. This was a tough one, guys. Thank you for letting me do this. Thanks for letting me go off the rails a little bit here. It's not off the rails. Nick's comment was very valid. Nimbus, don't step on the computer. Come on, bud. Come on. Don't. You're changing the channel. What are you doing? I gotta find a way to get Nimbus a spot to sit right here while I can still do my work. Don't bite. Nuzzle, bite. He'll go like this. He'll go like that. Don't do the bite. Oh, this sweet thing. You watch Scott deteriorate and get weaker and lose mobility. Man, there is some of that going on with Mr. Nimbus right now. It's tough. I've prayed that the good Lord will take him quietly, peacefully while napping and not have to have me intervene like I had to with Halo and Aster. Oh, absolutely heartbreaking. So, yeah. Okay. Final thing here. Let me just put this up on the screen. I can't play you a clip of this, but watch Akira the Don. He turns Scott's words into a music song.
Doing these videos, childless adults saying how great their weekends are because they don't have any kids.
So it sets these songs, and then they come back and play the hooks. Watch it, Akira the Don. It's good. It's I'm enjoying it. It's making sure the message lives on. I appreciate that. Rothmus says it's been 4 months and I'm still laughing at this, by the way, while we're in the middle of self-important Hollywood award season. Remember this, Jem? You're like, oh, the left isn't pushing these radical agendas to be anti-man, anti-white. Okay. Yeah, they are. From every angle.
And when was the last time a directing category had 5 women and 1 man? Now, yeah, I did not bother to look that up, but I think we all agree it was never. The Emmy goes to Philip Barantini. And when
after all of that, give it to the dude. Oh, just so fun. Like, as if being a chick makes you better. As if being white makes you better. As if being a dude makes you better. As if being black makes you better. None of that shit fucking matters. And Scott did go out of his way a lot to try to help BLM movement and try to, here's the systems that would work. Here's the things you're doing that are just backward. It's never going to work. And then when they turned on him and said it's half of the people responding said it's not okay to be who you are, he's like, that's it. I'm out. Forget it. If you're around a bunch of people who've been brainwashed to hate you, get the fuck out of that place. That was the big comment that got him canceled. Although, as Adam Carolla said to Louis C.K., like when you reach a certain level, you're uncancelable. Oh, yeah. I mean, mid-level. But when you become that big, you are uncancelable. You just do it on your own terms. But I think this gatekeeping thing is sort of done now with the crowdfunding. So that's good at least. That is such a good way to describe it. Marion says, Scott was a great mind. I feel beaten up after today's show. Can you expand on that? Why do you feel beat up? In what way do you feel beaten up after today's show? And does anyone else feel beaten up after today's show? I'll respond in the comments, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to play you this little clip. One of the legacy pieces of Scott, the user interface for reality. It was one of his chalkboard sessions here. I'll continue in the comments, but I'm going to wrap the show up on this. I appreciate you. I love you. Hit like, hit subscribe. Consider tossing a Rumble Rant Super Chat or Patreon subscription in the tip jar, if you will. But yeah, I'll continue taking a couple comments here. I'm going to play this. It's 13 minutes, and then we'll wrap today's show up. I do feel beaten up today because I got this one got close. This one sucks. I know. I'm exhausted. I feel exhausted too. I'm sorry, guys. I'm drained. Oh, did you hear that? Oh, I feel drained today. Oh, okay, Marion. You're saying that maybe today's episode was, you left feeling beaten up because you were able to see the two different videos on the screen. The way I described it, you were able to see what I saw. I saw that. What'd you see, Billy? What'd you see? He knows what I just saw. That's from Young Guns. We need a lighter note, Brian. I think we just need a lighter. I do not smoke, but on days like this, ooh, it's theoretically tempting. We don't need a lighter note. We need a lighter. It was a heavy day, man. I cried today. I cried yesterday. I do sort of weep at where our country's at. It's just so stupid. It doesn't need to be this way. Tagging the illegals shouldn't be this complicated of a situation. You broke in. It's like the big thing to talk about right now. There's a million stories going on, but it does sort of just keep coming back to that because we are watching two movies on the same screen, and it doesn't make sense. But maybe it's good versus good. That doesn't mean both sides of good are correct. It just means that they think they're good. Which is what some of you might think. I think that I'm good, but however, I'm a bootlicker, or abolish the police. Honor system everywhere. Yeah, you open your car door, you open your house and see how that goes with your honor system. Honor system works if you have an honorable society, but if everyone's just playing their own game and it's gimme, 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 like, we need some barriers put up around that. But yeah, we need a moment of Zen, bro. This is it, and I truly mean it. That moment where she's trying to bash men in that thing. Well, that was funny. Was that not funny enough? You need a moment of Zen. I know you're asking me for something comedic. You were at. Did I play? I might have played it. I don't think I did a new Bobby Kennedy. Okay. I don't know if that's funny enough for all right, here, let me see if I can find something real quick here. All right, how about here, all right, how about that? All right, here, I'll make a compromise. This is emotionally draining today, but I brought you two into the show. Like you guys had to, you didn't have to do anything, but it's like, all right, well, let's go. Let's play tennis. Defend your position. Emotionally draining. Yeah, no, Supreme Court better get it right. All right, you need a moment of Zen. Let me try. I typed in Scott Adams funny moment. Let me give you a couple, okay? And I do mean it. I think I've gushed over Scott Adams enough. It's just, this is all I felt like talking about today. This guy gave me a good show every day that within about an hour, hour and a half, you'd be able to kind of get an idea of what felt important to me to talk about with you. So then I would take some of these stories, I would enter a search term, I'd pull up a couple articles, then I'd take some of what, he'd bring it up with a perspective. I'd take it wherever I felt like. I never took marching orders. I only went where things made sense. And he just made a heck of a lot of sense a heck of a lot of the time. So I typed funny moments, Scott Adams. Let's see if we can find a couple for moment of Zen. And then what I'll do is, like I said, I'll end the show. It's Scott, and he's there at a chalkboard. Like, don't think of it as boring, and don't think of it as like it's not your moment of Zen. You can't. It's literally your moment of Zen. If you can take some of these concepts and incorporate them into your life, you're going to have a totally different life. I'm not selling you anything. But Scott sold a lot of books, and the people that read them just laud him for this wisdom, this encouragement, this coaching. You could be an angry, awful, angry female, white liberal. You could try to use a filter that seeks to find reasons to be all the therapy you go to. It's like, stop self-ruminating. Don't get locked into negative thought cycles. Yeah, it's so bad. It's so bad. And get black pill. Don't take the black pill. You got to fight it. It's easy. Do not go gently into that good night of the black pill. All right. Well, that's interesting that you were able to, by me explaining this ICE situation, and that's where I took it. We have to take it because we have to have this conversation. Doing nothing is not an option for me. Some people doing anything is too much. I don't know how we reconcile that. Maybe there is no reconciling that. So if they're unhappy with everything they're seeing, maybe we could take some of the things and make them better. And if I'm unhappy because we're not moving fast enough, maybe we can move faster and improve our processes. But I do believe that if you take some of the Scott Adams advice, it will change your life. People have reported this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. In fact, maybe I will show you just the intro to Gutfeld, because I think he says what he wants to say in the beginning, and then he throws it to his guests. Where is that segment? I had it in front of me, and I will find it. Allegedly? Oh my gosh, I can't find it. Okay. Well, I'll look for it. Okay, here's some. Well, here's Gutfeld with Scott Adams. One of the last shows he did.
Possible to find, the.
Isn't it like a poop on your shoulder?
He has been doing, like, while I was waiting, he's been bothering the hell out of me. So he's with me while the baby's eating, and he just does. He's just doing stupid shit.
It looks like he's up to no good.
And I'm not, face to it. He doesn't know what to do. But so anyway, I think we talked about for an hour. Whoa, we talked for about an hour.
I love how all of us, we got cats and dogs climbing all over our lives while we're trying to work. I think it's hilarious. American Debunk says this Scott Adams live stream segment is one of my favorites of all time. In it, he talks with ChatGPT about a hypothetical movie about election integrity starring a special character. It's Scott debating with ChatGPT. But first, let me show you the Gutfeld intro here, because we just.
Thank you. All right. So Scott Adams died today from cancer at the age of 68. People know him from Dilbert, one of the most successful cartoons of all time. I never read it. I knew nothing about Scott Adams until like 2015. When I started reading his blog, and he was basically the only person that was saying Trump was going to win the presidency. And he said he was talking about.
And by the way, I believe we said the same thing if we go back to 2015. We're all on record. We've been around for 15 years. We were around for that.
In a way that I'd never heard before. He was using the filter of persuasion, not
it was persuasion isn't about right or wrong.
Not about truth and not about falsehood, but about persuasiveness. And he said this guy was not only going to get the nomination, he was going to win. And nobody took it seriously, but he risked everything. He lost so much of his work. He was a syndicated columnist. He ended up losing a lot of papers. He later lost his book publishing, but he stuck to his guns. I've been in this business for 15 years at Fox, and my career didn't change, literally did not change dramatically until I ran into Scott Adams. He became my mentor. The stuff that you hear me talk about a lot when I'm on this show and on the 5 is because I get up in the morning and I listen to Coffee with Scott Adams.
So many of us did. Yeah, there were times it's like, all right, I could take half of this show. I just want to get your take on the news, keep it moving. But like it's a hangout. Like that's what you're doing. You're hanging out and then you take the highlights and you go from there. But we'd wake up and we'd play the show, either today's show or play it from yesterday or join it live. Something about being there live.
Adams. He became my mentor.
And he became my mentor too. I didn't meet him, but he was definitely a mentor.
And at Fox. And my career didn't change, literally did not change dramatically until I ran into Scott Adams. He became my mentor. The stuff that you hear me talk about a lot when I'm on this show and on the 5 is because I get up in the morning and I listened to Coffee with Scott Adams. Probably the best morning show ever. Sorry, Fox and Friends. And it was because it wasn't a show. It was just him in his home. And the reason why it was so good was that he was your friend, and he would sit there and he had his cat and he would just talk about the stuff, but he would give you a filter into everything. So the reason why I'm telling you this is because if you aren't aware of this monumental person, that it sounds like it's hyperbole, it is not. This guy changed public policy. There are people in the White House that are grieving right now over him. There are people who are related to Trump who thank him for helping them understand their parent. It's incredible. So, there's
imagine a pundit that has to kind of help you understand how to deal with your dad. Like, he's the internet dad.
For helping them understand their parent. It's incredible. So, there's a lot of things you don't know about him. And you may never know anything about him because he never bragged about it. But he had such an impact on this world that, to me, it's like surreal that he's no longer in my life. He was the most important intellectual figure that I've had in my lifetime, and I've been lucky to have more than a few. Michael, you've had him.
So, yeah. All right, one last one, and then the funny one, and then the reframe. This will give you the operating protocol.
Grim news, but also Scott Adams, one of my closest friends and one of the legendary cartoonists, passed away today after a long bout with cancer. You may never understand or know the impact of him, but you got to trust me on this.
Trust me, too.
I've been on the show for 15 years. You've come to know me, and I'm telling you that my career wouldn't be the way it is if it wasn't for Scott Adams, who's been a mentor to me and a close friend. He had more of an impact on politics and policy than most people on this planet ever will. I do think that there are 3 people that have changed this country in the last 10 years: Trump, Musk, and Scott Adams. Ooh. And I have a feeling that both Trump and Elon would agree with me on that one. So I'm going to talk about...
And Scott influenced Trump and Elon quite a bit.
Talk about Scott more on the show tonight. Jess, what? Let's drink.
Let's drink.
Yep. Drink.
Scott Adams.
Yes.
Scott Adams, everybody.
Simultaneous sip.
Yeah.
It would indeed suggest a higher likelihood of future attempts, necessitating a thorough review.
This is to reset this. Scott Adams talking to ChatGPT about a hypothetical movie about election integrity starring a special character. My nickname was different, but this one's funny too. Yeah, but Scott loved trying to work with ChatGPT and AI, and he was just perpetually convinced that it wasn't going to be. It's not there. They claim that it's all these things, and it's just not. Not sure if the model is ever going to get it there. He loved looking at tech and trying to understand the future for sure.
It would indeed suggest a higher likelihood of future attempts, necessitating a thorough review and possibly restructuring of the leak.
Now, suppose in this fictional and hypothetical world in which the CIA had tried twice and was caught twice trying to interfere with elections, and then we had another election, and people were sure there was more interference this time because when they looked at the bellwether states and how things usually line up, they were completely out of whack. But in the context of this fictional situation, let's say there was a fictional newscaster kind of guy. We'll call him George Philosopholopoulos. That'll be his name for the fictional story. And let's say he claimed, and he insisted that we knew for sure that the CIA was not involved. Would that be a credible claim, or in this fictional story, should we present that more as intentional gaslighting?
What say you, ChatGPT?
In crafting a narrative for a movie or fictional story, especially one involving complex political intrigue and intelligence agencies like the CIA, the credibility of a character like George Philosopopoulos, a newscaster, would hinge on several factors. One, source of information. The credibility of George's claims would depend on his sources. If he has reliable...
George, what? Yeah. You ever see those? You ever see those? You ever see those videos where like someone will ask Siri to from now on the last Siri from now on refer to me as this, and then they try to say the name and it just that's good. Good job, ChatGPT.
The credibility of a character like George Philosopopoulos, a newscaster, would hinge on several factors. One, source of information. The credibility of George's claims would depend on his sources. If he has reliable, verified sources within the government or intelligence community providing him with information, his claims could be seen as more credible. If his sources are ambiguous or have a history of unreliability, this would affect the perception of his credibility. 2, previous track record. If George has a history of accurate reporting and integrity, viewers might be more inclined to trust his statements. Conversely, if he has been wrong before or shown bias, viewers might question his claims. 3, context of the information. In the context of the story, if there is evident chaos or misinformation surrounding the elections, and George's narrative starkly contrasts with observable facts, like the unusual alignment of bellwether states, this discrepancy would make his assertions seem less credible, or might suggest that he is part of a broader misinformation. 4, audience perception and reading. From a storytelling perspective, whether George is portrayed as a credible newscaster or as someone engaged in gaslighting would depend on the themes you want to explore in the story. If the theme revolves around uncovering truth in a web of lies, having George initially appear credible but gradually revealed to be part of the misinformation effort can add depth and intrigue to the narrative. Given these elements, in a story where the CIA had a history of interference and there were anomalies in the election results, Presenting George's insistent denial of CIA involvement could serve as a plot device to explore themes of trust, manipulation,
He's
and
going
the
to get her
search
to
for
try to
truth.
say the name again.
It could raise questions about the motivations behind his statements, whether they stem from naivety, complicity, or manipulation by others. This approach would allow you to delve into the complexity of information warfare and the reliability of media narratives, enhancing the story's depth and engaging the audience in critical thinking.
Can you remind me, what was George's last name?
George's last name in your fictional story is Philosophalopoulos. You're welcome. Take care.
I need.
I call him George Snuffleupagus, which I think is hilarious. People are missing out on that one. It's right there. George Snuffleupagus.
A cigarette now, and I don't even smoke. Was that as good for you as it was for me?
Did we not just say that? That's called synchronicity. That, what Scott Adams would often talk about, that would be the simulation winking at you. When you have a deja vu or you have a moment like that, a synchronicity. We were just talking about needing a cigarette after that. And he literally does that in this segment because you guys forced me to find a moment of Zen. And I think that was a nice laugh. It was for me.
You're welcome. Take care.
I need a cigarette now, and I don't even smoke. Was that as good for you as it was for me? You know, I had a feeling this would be interesting. I really didn't think it would be this interesting. Oh my God, that was fun. No. Well, I'm not looking to suicide myself. I'm going to use Mike Benz as my canary in the.
Especially one involving complex political intrigue and intelligence agencies like the CIA, the credibility of a character like George Philosopopoulos, a newscaster, would hinge on several factors. One, source of information. The credibility.
George
The credibility of a character like George Philosopopoulos, a newscaster, would hinge on several.
I needed that. Thank you. There we go. That was a bit of our moment of Zen. Wow. Okay. Thank you for that. I really did need that. George Philosopopoulos. I really enjoyed that, people. Thank you. All right. This is it. Moment of Zen. This is. Take notes. I mean, please do. I actually wrote some of these things on my big board today. Here you go. Scott Adams, user interface. If you incorporate these things, that might be a good thing for you. Here you go. Thank you, everybody. At the end of this, I will be on the chat for a few more minutes, well, till this segment, but I'm going to go off screen. I'm going to play this clip for you, and then we'll wrap the show immediately after. Thank you for being here on this day. Hope you got a nice laugh there at the end like I did for George Snuffleupagus. And here is the user interface for reality with Scott Adams.
fancy analytics.
Oh, okay. I have to reset this because it was on the wrong screen, but it's good that I did because the thing I wanted to show you. Wait, where'd it go now? I was just looking. I have too many screens open. Where was it? Oh, it's right here. Share this tab instead. Here you go. They asked Siri to call you by a new name, and here's Siri responding to that.
Since we're friends, I get to call you a Since we're friends, I get to call you a Since we're friends.
That's immediately what I thought of. We did the George Snuffleupagus thing. Actually, there's a better version. I promise. I'm going to find you one more version of this. You're sitting on the thing. This is the one. This is the video I recall. Perfect. Thank you.
Hey Siri.
Uh-huh.
Change my nickname.
Okay. What would you like me to call you? You would like me to call you.
It turned into Peter Griffin.
Hey Siri.
There's our moment of zen. That was as good as a cigarette. I contend a good laugh is as good as an orgasm sometimes. That was one of my favorite videos right there, and that's what the Scott Adams clip reminded me of. Okay, now your real moment of zen. User interface for reality. Here it goes.
All right, at long last, the user interface for reality. Some of these things you're going to say, hey, I've heard about those. I've heard about them in your book, Win Bigly. I've heard about them in your book, How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big. And I saw a few things in your latest book, Loser Think. And that is where you should go if you want any detail on these, but let me run through them. First, you must accept the frame, at least as a filter, that there could be a subjective reality and that you can manipulate it. Again, you might only be manipulating your own impression of reality, but that's good enough if it predicts well and gets you to a happy place. You should accept that systems work better than goals. People are telling me every day that after reading my book, How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big, they implemented systems and it changed their life. This is one of the biggest buttons on the interface for life. If you don't like where you are and you want to go somewhere else, learn how to build systems for everything from your diet to your career to your social life to fitness, everything. And that's in this book if you want more details. Talent stacking, also from the same book. The idea that if you intelligently add new talents, you become not just a little bit better, but exponentially better because talents really explode your capability and your options. So this is one of the biggest buttons on the interface to reality. Now you've seen these before, a few of them, but it's the totality of them that I'm trying to present. You've seen them individually. Affirmations, the idea of writing down or visualizing your goals, seems to be something that gives you the impression that it works. And I say that very carefully. Does it work? Do affirmations change reality? I don't know. But I can tell you that when I've used them, the results I've gotten don't seem like anything could have been natural. I mean, I cured an incurable voice.
By the way, that part right there, that is so true. Does it, are these affirmations, do they work? I don't know, but you know what? You can sort of, and it worked for me. I've done things that are undoable, really. I've done undoable things. And it was because you had affirmations and you wrote it out on a note card, and every day you brushed your teeth, you looked at your goal and you checked your goal and you checked in with your goal and you kept seeing it. You write these things down and they do work. Why do they work? I don't know. But a lot of good things happen when you do it. Is it causal? I don't know.
Do affirmations change reality? I don't know. But I can tell you that when I've used them.
And this is what Akira the Don put this clip into one of his songs. And so it sort of brought me full circle back to this full video here.
The results I've gotten don't seem like anything could have been natural. I mean, I cured an incurable voice problem. I had ridiculous stock market luck when I used the affirmations. My career, as I told you, is just crazy. And it feels like it works, but I'm not going to tell you it does. Again, you should see these as filters. If it feels like it works, keep doing it. All right. You should know that the mating instinct is the base of pretty much all of your impulses. So if you haven't learned that pretty much everything from the way you talk, present yourself, hold yourself, dress, everything you do is some kind of expression of your mating instinct, whether you like it or not. Everything you show off about, everything that you don't want to show if you have a flaw.
Nimbus stretched and pressed the stop button there.
Pretty much everything you do comes back to wanting to look good and present yourself well for mating purposes. Once you understand that, you start to understand where the buttons are, all right? Because you'll say, oh, that's why that's happening. It's an extension of the mating process. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You'll see it everywhere. And it's like the veil will come off, and you'll start seeing everybody's actions as, wait a minute, why is it everything is compatible with that showing off for mating purposes situation? Here are the other buttons, which are mostly self-explanatory, but freedom is a big thing. People will trade a lot for freedom. You could say, would you like a bad life with freedom or a good life with no freedom? And people will take the bad life with freedom. So if you ever have a chance to create a situation where you can offer someone more freedom, that's very powerful. That's a button. And you should get as much for yourself as you can, and you can use it as a tool to help other people get what they want, because they will trade a lot for freedom. And freedom can come in the form of getting money. That gives you freedom. Having a flexible schedule, being in the right kind of social situation, etc. So there's lots of ways to get it. Fear is a motivator. I don't recommend using it unless you're trying to save somebody. You could use fear to keep them from smoking cigarettes, for example, but I wouldn't use this in the evil way. Curiosity is one of the most important and overlooked buttons on the human interface. You can see that authors that are good at it will make you curious at the end of a chapter so that you'll want to keep reading. So building curiosity into things is a really, really important button. You'll see that President Trump does this often because he'll tease things that are coming. He'll say, yes, well, I got an announcement on that, and tomorrow you're going to hear about that, and I think you're going to be really, impressed. When you can stoke somebody's curiosity, you can really shape what they do, and you can shape your environment through curiosity. Very, very powerful. You notice how I use this to get you to come here. Novelty is very important for memory. So you want to make sure that you always inject novelty. It's what triggers memory, because your brain will get bored of the sameness. So you need to trigger memory and attention with novelty. Contrast is a way to get people to move from where they are to where you want them to be. You just say, well, it's much less expensive than this. So contrast is one of the most important buttons. Use contrast often. Hey, you don't want to be this bad. You could be over here. Repetition and simplicity. Our brains are just simple machines. The more you repeat, the more the wiring gets solidified. And if you keep things simple, the brain can process it and deal with it. If it's complicated, your brain has a tendency to just flush it out. Can't deal with it, flush it out. So simplicity is important. The fake because is a form of pseudo-logic. Sometimes you need to get people moving with a fake reason that doesn't even actually pass logical standards, but people don't need logical reasons. Just look at politics. People have incredibly different opinions, and many of them are smart. So if you've got smart people on opposite sides of basically every issue, you can see that they don't need real reasons. We're not a species that operates on real reasons. We'll take a fake reason, we'll take one we made up, we'll take a guess, we'll follow our friends. Once you understand that people don't need real reasons, it frees you. Because if you're locked in a little world at a lower level of awareness where you say, well, I'm not going to convince somebody unless I have a real reason. Sorry, that's not the reality any of us live in. Real reasons are good. I mean, if you have them, use them. But we don't need them. Once you know you don't need them, and that reality can be authored, you're in better shape. Pacing and leading, I've talked about, that's just matching somebody until they feel comfortable with you, and then you can lead them. People can be very influenced by aspirations. This is another way to refer to the high ground maneuver. The high ground maneuver is essentially you challenge somebody to be a better version of themselves. It's sort of the Jesus method, right? You know, it's not telling you you must do something or you'll die. That's fear. Aspiration is, don't you want to be the better version of yourself? Don't you want to be the person who sees the big picture? Very, very important button. Association, you know that any quality of one thing rubs off on the other. If you want somebody to like something, pair it with something else they like already. So the likability of one thing will rub off on another, but also the unlikability. So for example, if you have a TV show, let's say the news, and you have commercials that are really unpleasant, eventually the unpleasantness bleeds into the show, and it would be better if you associated only things that were positive. So learning to associate only with positive things, one of the most important user interface rules of reality. I accidentally put contrast twice, forget that. Pattern recognition, once you realize that the humans are not logical machines, we're pattern recognition machines. And so pattern recognition that isn't very good. Pattern recognition is what makes you a racist. Pattern recognition is what makes you an ageist, a sexist, everything bad. Because your patterns are all you have. You're not really a logical person who reasons everything out. Your brain isn't big enough. You wouldn't have enough time. So instead, you default to these little biases, which are determined by patterns. Now, the problem is many of those patterns are fake. Let's say you had met 3 Elbonians in your life, and every one of them slapped you in the face with a glove. The next time you met an Elbonian, you'd be like, oh, no thank you. I don't want to get slapped in the face with a glove. Those last 3 Elbonians were pretty rough on me. But it's only 3 Elbonians. The odds that your pattern is predictive, probably low. So we fall victim to patterns, but you can also use patterns to convince people of things. If you are consistent, people will say, oh, this person's always honest. So patterns are a tool, but they're also our biggest defect, and you have to understand it that way. And then, of course, understanding the brain as a visualization machine is very, very important, because visualization is the biggest, most powerful part of your brain. It's the part that influences you most. And so, one more look at the full board there. And so the idea is that these buttons are the important ones. Visualization, if there's one there that just stands out as being the one that you should sort of focus on the most, visualization would be a good one. Now, these are the buttons for the user interface. I can tell you that almost every day I get a message from somebody who read this book, which was the beginning of this. I had to hide what this was in a practical book because the world wasn't ready to believe that facts don't matter. And the world wasn't ready to believe that you could author your own reality. So I played it a little safe in this one because the world wasn't ready. But if you want to learn about most of these things, they're in there. And then in Win Bigly, because President Trump had ripped apart the nature of the universe, it allowed me to say, now you see it, right? Facts don't matter. Now you see it, that they're just separate worlds and bubbles, and we can live in our bubble and we'll never know the difference. And then, of course, Loserthink tried to just...
Yeah, there's just it's based on persuasion.
Well, it teach you to think better because that's always going to be useful. You will be more effective and you'll have a better handle on the user interface of reality if you can think and argue better. So, this is my lesson. I'm going to keep it on one topic. I hope this was useful. Maybe you could tell me in the comments if you got something out of this. This is the sort of lesson that might not change you tonight, but it's never going to leave you. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. You're all changed. You don't know it yet. And this will become sort of a, let's say, a framework that you now have added to your mental map. And now when you see things that fit that framework, it will get stronger over time. And so you'll see that this view of the world will take root, and then every time you compare it to the old way you saw, you're going to say to yourself, wow, is that a coincidence? Because this new way of looking at the world just feels like it predicts better, but I'll keep an eye on it. So this will get stronger and stronger over time, and maybe never stop getting stronger. Well, we're getting good comments, so I think that maybe we did our job here. And feel free to refer back to this often, and I think you've got everything you need now to author your own life. You're no longer a victim of reality. You are no longer the subject of reality. You're now an author. Some of you were already authors, and now you're better authors. And those of you who didn't know you could be an author of your reality, well, you just found out. And I will leave you on that, and you can have a terrific night tonight, and the rest of your life, it's looking good.
There you go. Yeah. Some of these have been put into meaning wave with the Cure of the Dawn.
Filter that there could be a subjective reality and that you can manipulate it.
And so it's set to music. It's all these different lessons set to music. It's cool. Check out Akira the Dawn, Akira the Dawn. If you want to just have this stuff playing in the background, soak up some of this stuff. Whew, I'm going to. Thanks for the laughs. Thanks for the challenges. We're going to have an interesting ICE debate coming up on Thursday. And man, are we getting wind whipping through here. We got a weather advisory right now. Joy. That being said, thank you everybody for being here. You know, Scott would say, yeah, start with Akira the Dawn. Just listen to music and like they'll take and they turn them into hooks and it's kind of catchy and it's bits of wisdom and insight and thought and coaching and it's all set to music. That's a good way to do it, and definitely check out the books. I think I can put an Amazon referral link, but I've never done that and I don't know. Regardless, I encourage you to check it out. Whew. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to sign out for now. Tough couple days. As Scott often said, this is the best part of my day. I sort of do feel like it's the best part of my day. Often. Because I'm just curiously trying to figure out what's going on. Trying to make sense of things. Trying to help keep people from driving off the cliff. Trying to act like an internet dad stepping in when it's like, all right, this is getting bad. We got to sort this out. Scott was instrumental in blocking the Fine People hoax, what he called the most destructive racial hoax in American political history, or in political history, the biggest hoax in political history. So Yeah, man, there's a lot to unpack. So thanks for allowing me the past couple days to do it. And yeah, I got to get prepped for this ICE show. I think it's next Thursday, a week from tomorrow. I did just invite a third person. Maybe I'll invite a fourth. We'll have a ICE symposium, perhaps. We'll see how it goes. I'll be back tomorrow. Maybe I'll just get back to the news tomorrow. I had to do something. And yesterday, an Eric Von Daniken tribute show was lined up with Mike Barra. Then I had my football show later. I didn't even have the news in me. I could barely touch my news today. I could barely touch my breakfast. And Nimbus is sitting on, I don't want to scoot you, but my God, buddy. There, keyboard lifted. All right. So I'm going to sign out on behalf of everybody out there in the TNAM universe, and that includes Mr. Nimbus, who's been so helpful during today's program. As I've been sitting on my shoulder, like that Gutfeld clip. I appreciate you. I love you. And we'll talk to you again soon. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.